it begins. All right, let's pull up my Google Chrome. Let's see here. We want to pull up this. Not that. Don't pull up that. What are you doing? That's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Show that. All right. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with portals. Hi, Pepper. What are you doing with my invoice? You're biting my invoice? Speaking of invoice, I need to make sure that's paid. Just make sure I can log in. Because, dude, this website had been down. It had been down for a while. And, like, I've been trying to pay my utility bill. And it's like, no, sorry, it's down. Under construction. Can't do anything. And so I just got sick and tired of it. And I just called in. But still, I mean, I don't know whether or not it paid. I mean, I talked to somebody on the phone. They took my information. They said I'm paid. Anyway, let's take a look at some ground news. Let's ground ourselves in some news. Speaking of which, I'm going to let everybody know that I am streaming. And hello, JI99A James. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's take a look at some... Ah, don't play me. Don't do that. Don't do that thing. That's weird. Cringe. Cringe. All right, hold on. My cat is in the way. Look at her. Diddle doody, say do doody, so diddle doody, hi. Say hello, hello, hello. Oh, kitty. Air Llama says second. Hello, welcome, welcome to the show. What are you doing, diddle doody? All right. Let's see. Air Llama says, I got the same cup. Dude, these cups. Can I just tell you, this cup it's goated. Bulk Roman 88 says, am I blocked? No, you are not blocked. Are you blocked from calling? I hope not. I want to have conversations with people. I want to discuss topics. I was going to pull up ground news. Hold on. Here we go. Nah. The 70 Tupperware cups. Dude, I'm telling you, this cup, the blue cup, and you can find it at like a Walmart or a Dollar General. Pay like nothing on these cups. These cups, dude, I've got, I don't know, maybe like 24 glasses, like formal, nice glasses. People, my roommates, myself, we overwhelmingly choose Blue Cup gang. We're Blue Cup gang. Let's see. JN99 James says, tonight's show should be good. A lot going on in the news and in society in general. Yeah, big time. Let's see. Bulk Broman says, you strike me more of a Daily Beast and raw story kind of guy. First Amender. Air Llama says, microplastics go hard. Hell yeah, they go hard. Why do I come off as a Daily Beast and raw story kind of guy? I do not listen to those. Anyway, let's take a look at some news. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to have a conversation with you. I want to have a full conversation. I do. Right? And I won't, I promise, I won't bite your head off. I'll be nice. You just call the number 202-998-5218. I want to hear you out. Anyway, House narrowly defeats War Powers resolution seeking to check Trump's military action in Venezuela. On Thursday, the U.S. House of Representatives in Washington defeated a resolution directing removal of U.S. forces from Venezuela, failing on a 215 to 215 tie after Representative Wesley Hunt cast the deciding vote. That is so annoying. Why? Who would vote in favor? Bulk Broman says, because the view expressed on those sites mirror your own. Yeah, I don't really... I kind of want like a middle ground position. Like I'm focused on the facts. Like what do the facts show? Do they show a specific way? And that's where I go. Let's see here. So Wesley Hunt, okay. Democratic lawmakers pushed the vote, citing concerns over Venezuelan oil and saying that the White House left Congress in the dark ahead of the raid that captured Nicolas Maduro, with questions about a $250 million Vital license and donor ties to John Addison. Who's John Addison? Does anybody here know who John Addison is? Who's John Addison? Who is John Addison? This can't be him. I pulled up John Addison. This is the first thing that comes up. John Mervyn Addison, British composer best known for his film scores. It's probably not him, right? John Addison, English divine, John Addison, Canadian politician, John Hollings Addison? John Addison MP, John Addison engineer? Dude, I have no idea. I don't know who they're talking about. Let's see. You can't claim to be focused on the facts while at the same time being adamant on men being able to transform into women. Yeah, by gender. By gender, silly. I am adamant on men being able to transform into women by gender, not by sex. Sex never changes. But gender, it does change. He says that is an oxymoron. It's not an oxymoron. It's just understanding gender is different from sex. That's all. I mean, mind you, like just about it, like if you just like look at biology or endocrinology or embryology or neurobiology, neurochemistry, I mean, they all are in agreement with me that gender is different from sex. But hey, maybe you disagree. You know, I'll have the conversation with you. I'd hear you out. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. Speaking of which, let me also just make sure that I swear it happens every time. Okay, nope. It looks good. My thumbnail is correct. So we just got to wait. We're going to wait for calls. Anyway, let's take a look at some more. Who is donor ties to John Addison? Who is John Addison? Does anybody know who John Addison is? Embryology says it's a set and determined outcome. Not as concrete as you would hope. There's like specific portions during a embryo's life where you will get a certain amount of testosterone or the lack thereof, and there's all sorts of conditions that can result in differing outcomes than what is expected. Anyway, despite earlier crossovers, GOP backing remained thin, as only Thomas Massie and Don Bacon joined House Democrats, while most House Republicans declined to support limits on the president. I feel like it shouldn't be like a partisan issue on whether or not that there should be limits on the president. What's going to happen when there's a Democrat in office? Are we just like permanently stuck going into like authoritarianism? Because it's like if you remove limits on the president, then it's only a matter of time before the opposing side, they end up getting power, in which case they'd be perfectly okay with there being a lack of limits on the president. Like, so I feel like it should be like a bipartisan thing. It shouldn't be like divided lines between Republicans and Democrats. All right, anyway, politically, the vote signals continued Republican backing as the White House last week peeled off GOP support to block a Senate measure. Let's take a look here. With Secretary of State Marco Rubio committed to a briefing next week and Don Bacon explaining his vote. Bulk Bromance says, remember when Biden tried to set up the Ministry of Truth? No, I don't remember that. Did that happen? Let's see. Joe Biden, Ministry of Truth. The Disinformation Governance Board was an advisory board of the United States of Department of Homeland Security established and disbanded in 2022. The Board of State function was to protect national security by disseminating guidance to DHS agencies on combating misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation that threatens the security of the homeland. Specifically, problem areas mentioned by the DHS included false information propagated by human smugglers encouraging migrants to surge the Mexico-U.S. state border, as well as Russian state disinformation, election interference, and the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. Following what the Associated Press called bungled rollout and criticism from Republican lawmakers and what they saw as the board's threat to the freedom of speech, the board was working groups were paused pending review, and the board's head, Nina Jankowicz, resigned in May of 2022. In August 2022, Department of Homeland Security State Alejandro Mayorkas disbanded the board. Dang. Honestly, we kind of need that. I wouldn't mind actually a disinformation governance board. Like, it would be better to have that than not to have that. I mean, we're just so kind of lost in like our politics. Bulk Broman says an addressing wrong think council. I don't look at it that way. I think there is a lot of misinformation that's just online, and maybe like having like something to lean on as like, okay, hey, this is true, this is false, right? Based off of like factual analysis, I think it would be pretty effective. But I suppose it's possible that what you're saying could be true. I don't know. It would have to see how it was applied or what it was trying to do, but it doesn't even look like we're ever going to know that. Awolthoughts says, greeting peeps, how goes it? By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to have a conversation with you. I'm working on being a friendlier person because honestly, it's not in me to be mean. I don't like being mean. It's not my gig. I'd rather be nice to people and just have a conversation as opposed to like, ooh, I owned you in a debate. Bulk Broman says, if you don't think like they think, it's wrong think council, correct? No. I mean, I see your perspective. I see what you're saying, where it's like, maybe you could have like an instance where like a corrupt organization decides, okay, well, we're going to point out like disinformation based off of things that we don't agree with. But in all honesty, I think like people are pretty bad at determining what's real versus what's fake. And I think having like a governing body to be able to address like literal facts, I think would be quite helpful in the United States. But I could totally see your position as well, where it's like, yeah, I mean, in the wrong hands, it might be pretty negative. Let's see. AWOL says, there's a lot going on in the world right now, but to start, how do you feel about the protesters at the church? Protesters at the church? Protesters at the church. I think I know what you're talking about, but I could be wrong. Are we talking about, there was like a video? Hold on, let me pull it up. Let's see here. Protester, yes. This one, this? Let's see, where to go? Can we just get the video? Like, I swear. Anti-ICE protesters at Minnesota church. I mean, it's like super antagonistic. Like, I don't know, just both sides is really antagonistic. I don't see that this is going to change anybody's mind. And I don't know. That's probably my my issue there, I guess. Bulk Broman says Joe Biden's mental decline would have been deemed misinformation by the Ministry of Proof, would it not? I've no idea. I have no idea. It appears that the Ministry of Truth was already completely disbanded, so I never got to see what it would do, I guess. So, I mean, we'll just leave it at that. Neither of us know. Anti-ICE protesters into the church and chaos ensued. Yeah, okay. Bulk Bromance says both sides? What both sides angle is there to this church invasion? I mean, both sides are not behaving. Like, you've got ICE showing up to Minneapolis, whereas if ICE did not show up, do you think this group of, like, this mob of people would be going into a church and screaming? Anyway, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear a conversation and talk with you. AWOL says it's more than antagonistic. It's against the law, and it's actually organized it, and that Don Lemon decided that he wanted to bring his dumb ass in there and film it. Jacob Donahue says the people sitting in church were being antagonistic. I mean, they're yelling at each other. Like, do you see that? They're both yelling. Honestly, the move in this situation is just leave. Just stop. Just don't disengage. Just disengage. Like, unironically, just disengage from this. But the antagonism is coming from ICE. And it was the right that wanted ICE to storm, and they seem to be in support of storming Minnesota, even though that there's a lack of crime in Minnesota. It's just because it's a left-wing state that, for whatever reason, right-wingers think it's justified. So it's someone else's fault that they specifically targeted a church? No? Why would it be ICE's fault that they targeted a church? Well, because they probably wouldn't be there if ICE wasn't there. AWOL says, I'm sorry, but you can't equate two things. There's a difference between ICE doing the job that they're supposed to do, whether you agree with whether they're doing it right or not, entering a church. I'm just simply saying, like, there's been antagonism on the right that has resulted in protests from the left. And it's like, when you're like wondering, hey, why are these left-wingers in like this random church? I would venture to say if ICE was not there, this church would have been relatively peaceful. Sammy B says, if the KKK walked into a black church and started intimidating people. Yeah, also bad. It was an ICE church, which makes it valid. I didn't say it was valid. I'm just saying, like, there's bad actors on both sides. Awolthoughts says, interrupted a service. Okay. Rod Easter says, sup, amends. Great debate the other night, buddy. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Bulk Broman says she was wearing a short skirt, so she had it coming. I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm trying to be as friendly as I can. I don't see a reason to be antagonistic when I'm not being antagonistic towards you. But I am taking calls. If you have an opinion to hold, then call the number. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you have to say. Pepper, what are you doing, duties? Let's say hello to Pepper. Hi, Pepper. What's up? Yeah. She's meowing at me. What do you want, duties? Are you good? She just wanted attention. Poor thing. All right. That's what you're saying when blaming ICE. No, I'm pointing out that, I mean, ask yourself this. If ICE never came to Minneapolis, do you believe that these people would be showing up at a church? Probably not, right? I mean, just think about it for a second. Like, obviously people are pissed off over what is going on with ICE. And so that's going to cause civil unrest. Let's see here. We got rdanger. rdanger would like to chat and talk. All right, rdanger. Go ahead and unmute.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, rdanger. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
What did you want to talk about?
This church thing. So, like, you said that if ICE wasn't around, then the people wouldn't have came into the church, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I can just go ahead and loop back on that and say, well, ICE wouldn't be around if there wasn't so many illegals in the country. So that's not, I don't know if that's a really good argument as to try to defend the people going into the church. Listen, whether or not
your argument is that there's like a lot of illegals, and so that's why ICE should be there trying to deport people?
Just like your argument is there people are in the church because ICE is around. It's just like a fallback thing, right?
I mean, but we already know that Donald Trump himself said that the reason why ICE is there was because that they're Democrat-led cities.
Yeah, because that's where like, most of the illegals are.
No, there's illegals in right-leaning and as well as left-leaning.
Yeah, but they're not that protected. They're not protected like they are in right-leaning states anyway. But besides the point, like whether, you think protesting against ICE is virtuous or not,
of illegal immigrants?
There's no excuse. There's no excuse to go in and interrupt a church. I'm not religious at all. And I thought that was absolutely disgraceful behavior. Like what can these people do to make people hate them more? Like, come on, like just going into a church. And then Don Lemon's dumbass. And that one guy said, what's his name? He was talking about Don Lemon. He's made that comment. AWOL said exactly what I was thinking. Don Lemon took his dumbass in there. And they're really going to charge him too. I think he's like, they're going to freaking criminally charge those people too, because it's blatant, like antagonistic, freaking trespassing almost, like you cannot go in to do that. Like imagine if all those protesters like went into a mosque, like if it was a bunch of right-wing protesters, right? And then they just marched into a mosque like that, like that would be completely uncalled for, wouldn't that?
Well, I mean,
wouldn't that be uncalled for?
I'm not forgiving the actions of the people showing up to a church.
Right.
I'm just simply saying, like, hey, none of that probably would have happened if ICE wasn't there. Which is true.
Okay.
Do you think that's true?
Yeah, it's probably true, but it's still not. It's not an excuse. That's no excuse to do that.
It's not it's not an excuse because it never was intended to be an excuse. It's just explaining like that there's bad actors on both sides. Somebody was asking like, what's going on here? And it's like, well, there's bad actors on both sides. And everybody was like, well, of course it's only the left. But the reality is that it's the right that's imposing, very authoritarian measures against the state of, or against Minneapolis. Specifically under the basis of political alignment. And it's like, we have to share some responsibility here. Like if I'm willing to say that left-wingers showing up, like anti-ICE protesters showing up to a church is wrong, you should be able to say what ICE is doing is wrong as well.
No, I don't think what ICE is doing is wrong. I agree with what ICE is doing.
So when they killed Renee Good, was that right?
Oh, that was fucked up. I don't think he should have shot her at all.
Okay, so not everything ICE is doing is right.
Doesn't mean I disagree with ICE's main goal, with their main job is to deport illegals, and that's what they're doing.
What about
Just
the
because, I
parts
mean,
where
when you have like, I've read like a couple cases where they have like entered homes illegally in like like a couple cases, like two, I think I found. They're not like doing it en masse. This is individual ICE agents that are fucking retards that are breaking the law that don't know any better. And I think the problem with that is they probably dished out a lot of these guys are actually former law enforcement or ex-military anyway. And I think that it might be some of these ex-military guys, because I don't think they really like gave ICE a whole bunch of training. They kind of just like hired them and pushed them out there, to get the job going. And I think there might be some problems with that and everything. Yeah. But like ICE is, and also, anyone listening, ICE cannot enter your fucking home without a warrant, and they're not trying to enter your home without a warrant. They are asking you if they can, and law enforcement can ask you. If you accept it, then they can come inside. But you do not have to accept it unless they have a warrant.
So my question is, let me ask you this. Do you think that law enforcement officers, that should they commit a charge to you, whether it be an ICE agent or a police officer, do you believe that you deserve due process?
Yeah, due process. Like due process. Yeah. This whole the illegals not getting due process thing isn't entirely true, because there's something called expedited deportation, and it's actually a law that speeds up the deportation process. And so they are kind of like they are getting represented at everything, but
You're
it's
moving
just not exactly what
you're moving two steps
I would
ahead of
say.
me. I'm asking, do you believe that officers should
Sorry.
provide due process? I mean, should there be due process as a result of an arrest?
Yeah, they do that.
So you say yes, and
So like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like
ICE
due
agents
process?
are doing that?
So due process is a thing that comes in the courts. It's not something that's really like during the arrest, right?
Well, I have right here the National Immigration Law Center stating ICE is detaining indiscriminately and releasing almost no one. Immigrants in detention, always in their loved ones, and legal representatives are facing desperation and sheer exhaustion through a series of legal, policy, and bureaucratic machinations. The Trump administration is ensuring that almost no way out of immigration detention other than death or deportation. Immigrants in detention and their loved ones and legal representatives are facing desperation and sheer exhaustion. There's almost no way out of immigration detention either other than death or deportation. ICE has long held some people in detention without giving them a chance to ask for release or bond, a practice that is called mandatory detention. Earlier this year, Congress passed the Lake and Riley Act, which expanded mandatory detention. As of October 2025, ICE has made major policy changes to expand it even further, and the Immigration Appeals Court at the Department of Justice has signed off. The result, ICE is arresting, detaining, and refusing to release far more people than before, including many vulnerable people who were rarely detained in the past. And so what you're saying is that the opposite, that they are giving due process, when this is literally telling you, no, they're not giving due process.
Does it say anything about expedited deportation on this? Did they mention that?
So if you acknowledge an expedited deportation, that would be an explanation to not receiving due process.
No, it's a form of due process, I believe.
Let me look that up.
Yeah, look it up. Expedited deportation law. So here it says it's a fast-track process allowing U.S. immigration officials to
this is
quickly
from
report
Forum,
certain...
where it is stating, in contrast, expedited removal proceedings drastically curtail these protections. Although the practice is well established in recent decades, the Trump administration's dramatic expansion of its use raises significant due process concerns. In expedited removal, immigration officers, rather than judges, make the final determination regarding removability, often only after a brief interview with the individual in custody. Individuals subject to expedited removal typically have little to no opportunity to consult with an attorney, gather evidence, or challenge the government's assertions. So So if that is what is referred to as expedited due process, to me that sounds like it's not an expedited process at all. It's just removing due process. That's expediting due process. So I'm going to ask you again. Do you believe, now that we have the information, we're aware that this quote unquote expedited removal is not a due process. It's actually the lack thereof. Knowing that ICE specifically is not providing due process and you find that due process is important, what do you think about that?
Hey, I'm reading a little bit right now. Yeah, it's definitely questionable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not
A little bit.
good. I don't like what ICE is doing. I think what ICE is doing is wrong. You say that it's right, but I think it's going against basic constitutional rights, and it's I think it's a form of discrimination. And if people don't have an ability to combat against it in any way, we actually don't have a way to determine whether or not they're legal or illegal.
So expedited removal has been around for about 30 years.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of an expedited removal. I think expedited removal removes due process.
Well, see, I think one of the reasons that they did do this is because, like, if you got like millions of illegals in your country, right? You're going to give them all a court date, all due process, and the courts, like, some of these cases can last years, and we got millions of them.
So is it your
doing that would actually just make the deportation process almost irrelevant, And also, like, to be fair, you're not an American citizen. You don't have proper representation. You don't. You're not a citizen. You came in undocumented.
Is the Constitution important to you?
Fairly. Yeah.
What do you mean by fairly? What does that mean?
I don't even know.
Fairly means I barely care about it. That's what that means to me.
No,
it's like when somebody is talking to me and I'm like, how did I do on this, cooking this meal? Fair, which is not very good, but passable.
No, that's not what I meant by it
okay.
At all. It's just like there might be some things in it that, like might be a little outdated in certain opinions, but I don't even know where to begin to look at it right now, and that's not really here to talk about that. But
right. So are you aware that
that's what I'm saying? Like, just doing that would that not like take fucking a massive amount of time to do all of that?
I mean, okay. So do you care about following the Constitution?
Well, we are following the Constitution.
I'm not asking if we are following the Constitution. I'm going to ask the question again. Is it important to you that we follow the Constitution?
Yeah, it's important.
Cool. I agree. It is important to me. The 14th Amendment Due Process Clause specifically states peoples, not citizen. And there's numerous case law that argues that individuals, regardless of whether or not that they are citizens, they are given their due process. How do you feel about that?
Hang on, give me a sec. Give me 1 sec.
I'll tell you what. I'll read it for you. Tell you what. We'll just read it as is. Hold on. The 14th Amendment of Section 1 saying all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. So it doesn't matter if somebody is a citizen versus not citizen. We are supposed to give people equal due process under the law as if that they were a regular citizen.
Okay, so check this out. Expedited deportation is considered constitutional by courts primarily due to plenary power doctrine, which grants the federal government board of authority over immigration and legal concept that non-citizens and the border haven't entered the U.S., thus having fewer due process rights. Allowing Congress to streamline and removals without extensive hearings, although this remains highly contested. The Supreme Court, in this cases like DHS versus Thuragsagium, I totally butchered that name, has upheld these restrictions, finding that limited judicial review for certain aliens doesn't violate the Constitution due process or suspension clauses, but his framework faces ongoing legal challenges regardless. So this stuff right here, dude, is a bunch of legal shit that is a bunch of complex legal shit that was decided 30 years ago. So ICE is just already, they're following the law. I mean, if you want to take it up with, if you want to take it up with
it's like
the unconstitutional thing, you need to take it up with the courts. You need to take that up with, Congress and shit, not ICE.
Well, so it's like following the law, kind of similar to like it was technically following the law to have Japanese internment
it's another
camps,
thing
right?
like that. Yeah.
Wait,
it's another thing like that.
Talking.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was agreeing though.
It was like, it is like following the law, similar to like following the law when we had Japanese internment camps. Was it technically legal to have Japanese internment camps? Do we consider it to be justifiable knowing that it was under the law? The answer is no, right?
The Japanese internment camps?
Yeah. It's not justifiable.
It might have been. I'm not. Okay, listen, hear me out. Japan, like the reason we didn't have a bunch of terrorist attacks from the Japanese during World War II is because we did that. They would have definitely did that.
So it is
the Japanese were all about that stuff. I am under the great suspicion, and I don't support it. Like, I think that sucks. There was lots of Japanese Americans who had nothing to do with Japan. They hated Japanese, and they were still put in those camps. And that fucking sucked. And that was bullshit. And it's another sin our country has committed, right?
So let me ask you this.
It might have led to some. I'm not saying it was all negative. There might have been some positive to it. But yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it either. I mean, but tell that to fucking dudes from the fucking 1930s and 40s, like they're going to laugh in your face.
So let me ask you this. Should we have had Japanese internment camps?
From my point of view, no, but that I'm just saying, like, you got to ask that to a guy from the 30s or 40s, and it's going to give you a different story. And those are the people who made that decision.
Okay. But I guess what I'm trying to illustrate.
No, we should. I'll say no.
Well, that's what I'm trying to illustrate to you is that, yeah, I guess on paper you can have right there. Oh yeah. Well, we just added some clause where we can basically not have, the 14th Amendment, despite the fact that there is relevant case law behind it and how you are supposed to. But I suppose you can just 30 years ago decide to willy-nilly your way and just completely avoid this. Earlier, you said what appeared to be important to you is following the Constitution. But now under ICE proceedings, you appear to be perfectly okay. And while you're able to recognize the horrible
it's not just
things
ICE.
that we
This has been around for 30 years. Remember, not just ICE.
So while you were able to recognize the horrible situation of the Japanese internment camps, you don't seem to attribute that towards ICE. In fact, you find ICE to be perfectly justifiable in your mind.
Yes, ICE is following the laws that the courts made. Like if you're like, seriously, you can't take it up with ICE. You got to take it up with the courts.
I'm not taking it up with the courts. I'm not a lawyer. I'm talking with you about it, right?
Yeah.
And I want you to kind of consider that maybe what ICE is doing is not moral.
Hey, it might not be. But I also think that, I don't think allowing illegals to come into the country
hold on.
here.
But you said earlier that ICE is totally justified, but now you're saying it's not morally justified.
They might. I said might. I said it might not be. That's your opinion. My opinion. I think our opinions on that are irrelevant when it comes to the laws here. That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, right? Let's say that we go 30 years into the future, and we look back at what has been done.
Right. I'm sure. Do you think that
we would look?
Okay, so check this out.
Hold on.
There's certain cases.
I'm not done with my question. Do you think that we would look back at what is happening with ICE positively?
Yeah, it depends on how it all turns out. I think.
I'm asking you. I'm saying, what do you think will be the reality?
I hope that we do look at it positively in 30 years. Yes. By just securing the country a little bit better.
So
any
time we have done stuff
I'm sure ICE has caused some problems.
It has never resulted in us looking at it positively. I mean, you can look at instances of manifest destiny to how we forced property away and removed citizenship from Native Americans to Japanese internment camps. Like none of these instances, the Trail of Tears, none of the instances where we take away rights from citizens or non-citizens is looked at positively.
Okay.
See, one thing that always worries me is I sometimes think am I on the wrong side of history? Like it's fun to think about.
It's a good question to ask. Everybody should be asking that question and questioning your own values. Yes.
And you don't feel that you're on the wrong side of history here.
I never said that.
Well, you said
I gave you the benefit of the doubt that it could be possible that if we look at it in a negative. Yeah, I said that it's possible. It could go either way. Like the ICE stuff, after Trump got it might all end anyway.
I asked how you, in 30 years, do you think people would look positively on ICE? Like you yourself, how would you,
when I look at ICE and they're pulling out an illegal guy who raped 2 children, who frickin' country doesn't even know that, and they pull him out of the house, I'm going to look at that as a positive thing, right? When the ICE goes in, and maybe, you're fucking around with for one thing, I'll take everything with a grain of salt.
How do you know that?
That's why I take it with a grain of salt, right?
But that's what I'm saying. How do you know that the person that they're taking out is this bad guy that is sexually assaulted people?
Oh, well, you can look it up. I mean, the names and everything.
Look what up? They don't have due process.
Oh, they know who they are.
But do you understand my point? You don't have due process.
No, they know who these people are because this guy, he was in the country illegally, raped a kid, got fucking caught for it, got charged for it, and then let out.
What if a Democrat started using an enforcement agency to stop quote unquote violent right wingers and deporting them?
Violent right wingers?
Yeah.
So what is right wingers as in citizens of the country? How can you can't deport citizens?
Well,
and also that's a political narrative too. That's not
I could just say that they don't have due process, right? I mean, I don't need to have due process. According to you,
that's a political narrative. That's not a citizen identification narrative.
I can expedite it though. I mean, why not expedite it?
The difference is because saying saying, freaking violent right wingers is a political narrative, whereas the saying violent illegal immigrants is literally just a classification of citizenship narrative.
Well,
it's not
the
political.
reality is
it
like
it should be a bipartisan thing.
Well, the reality is that there are legal immigrants here in the United States.
Yes.
And expedited removal allows for the rapid deportation of an undocumented non-citizens. So all I need to do is basically find somebody without an ID. And if they can't identify themselves or refuse to identify themselves, well, I could just remove them.
Not really.
Why not?
You kind of have to prove that they're not from America.
No, you don't. There's no due process.
They do.
There's no due process. In fact, there's videos of people holding up their birth certificate, waving it around to say, hey, look, I am a citizen.
So due process, like the lack of due process for expedited deportation, is not saying that they don't know who these people are. They know who these people are.
I don't know what to tell you, rdanger.
I
think at this point, like I'm at an agree to disagree here. I think your idea of ICE doing the right thing, I think what ICE is doing is 100% causing a huge amount of turmoil. And I think that it is impossible to prove somebody to be a citizen or a non-citizen, given the fact that there is no due process. You are perfectly okay with the idea of expedited removal, which is a revocation of the Constitution, as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, I guess we just have to part ways. You're okay with the United States stomping on the rights of individuals, and I'm not okay with that.
So, like, we basically said, like, expedited deportation says that since you entered the country illegally, you basically forfeit those rights, But hey, that's
also not true under the 14th Amendment. Anyway, we got to move on. It was good talking to you.
Oh yeah, good talking to you, man.
All right. Bye-bye. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to have a conversation? I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you. We can discuss it. I do legitimately want to have a conversation with you. We have Bulk Broman saying, this is so bad faith. I have no idea how you think I am being bad faith. I am responding to exactly what their concerns are. And I brought up, hey, here are my concerns. Let me see here.
How are you doing, Amanda?
Oh, hey, Daniel.
I was listening to you talking with Danger.
What did you think of that?
Oh, man. You know what? The most annoying thing is how they're always throwing the same line. So first of all, they all voted for like a pedo president. And then they're saying, oh, it's like they're catching these criminals that are like raping kids. And then they're being released by activist judges. And, I sent you in the side chat, like a study from the Cato Institute of all places, right? Which is like far from being liberal at all, right? Which are saying that only 5% of the people detained by ICE actually have violent criminal convictions. 5%. Just keep this in mind. 5%, right? Which is crazy.
So Irma,
it's crazy. Literally 95% of the people have no violent criminal conviction.
Irma decided to send me this. Irma is hilarious. Nice. This is a really funny. It's a funny meme.
That is a great one.
All right, I legitimately though. I mean, it looks like we've got 19 people who are listening right now. If you are listening to this, maybe you disagree with what I have to say. Great. More than happy to have a conversation with you. I would more than happy to have a conversation with you. Just give me a call, 202-998-5218. You could also join the Discord. Also, just a bit of housekeeping for those that are not aware. If you are just joining in, try dropping me a like on the video. I really do appreciate that. And at the same time, consider subscribing And if you like this kind of content, you like to hear sensible debate or discussion, rather. I think it's probably better to say discussion. Don't you think, Daniel? I think discussion is the...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes debate, sometimes discussion.
Yeah.
Depends on the opposing side.
Yeah.
I guess.
Bulk Broman says that's projection because everyone knows who it is that likes to stick long objects in their mouth. But the difference is that I'm willing to admit it.
So if that's the case, Samander, if that's the case, can you explain to me why Grinder always like crashes?
That's
RNC
what
is
I'm
in town?
saying. Like it just, I'm trying to be nicer. Daniel, I'm trying to be nicer.
I know. But I mean, dude, it's like the Republicans are the most closeted people like ever. I think that's what makes them be like more hateful.
Jacob Donahue is saying, does your buddy have the proof that Trump is a pedophile? I mean, I think like when you talk like sexually about your daughter who is very much underage, that is some sus behavior. That doesn't definitively prove they're a pedophile, but that is some really suspicious behavior. It also didn't help that
when you're telling a 10-year-old that you're gonna date her, right? It's very, very, very creepy. Also, he was like really, really, really good friends with like the most notorious pedophile in American history. So I don't know, man.
The pictures of Donald Trump.
I wish they released the files though.
The pictures of Donald Trump with his daughter is so creepy, bro. Have you seen them? They're really creepy.
I've seen a lot of them.
Let me show you.
I don't find enjoyment.
Let me show you one of them. I hate it. I hate this. I hate this. I really
like, especially now, like knowing what we know about his relationship with Epstein, like, and how hard they're still covering up.
I don't like that he's holding her hips like that. That's his daughter. Like, why are you?
No, but he's not a pedo. He's not a pedo. Don't worry about it.
I mean, there's also the fact that he showed off that he was in the Miss Teen beauty pageant. And since he owned the building, he was able to go in the back area where all the underage girls were. And he showed that off in the Howard Stern show. Did you know that?
No, I know. It's like, it's a very old thing. And it's like a lot of people today, they can't really hide away from what he personally said at that time, right? Because it's like, there was no CGI back then. There was nothing like that. He literally said it, right? It's like in front of the whole fucking country. And, the fact is that he doesn't have a right to go into a changing room where you have like underage girls, right? To just look at the merchandise. Because that's how he described it, right? It's like, I had to look at it because I had to see if like it's good merchandise for the pageant.
So, let's see. Bulk Broman 88 says the RNC grinder crash conspiracy theory. Well, you could stop right there. It's not a conspiracy. It did happen.
Yeah,
that did it many times. Yeah, anytime when a bunch of right wingers have to get together, they often crash grinder. And also, this has also been corroborated with Pornhub, where it turns out that significantly, very heavily right-wing places, they overwhelmingly pull up gay and trans porn, which would kind of make sense in terms of like the whole projection thing. Anyway, it implies that literally every male at the RNC, it does not. That is not an argument that every male at the RNC has logged onto Grindr at the exact same time. It's just a lot of them are logging onto Grindr at the exact same time. A lot of them, not all of them, but certainly a lot of them.
Yeah. Grindr is not Facebook. They don't have access to like huge servers. They're like a pretty small thing, because not that many gay people around.
Yeah. Let's see here. Void Critter says, y'all need to call in and have it out with him. He has more patience for y'all. I do not have any for y'all MAGA. Yeah, call in. Where's the calls? We got 15 people watching. Nobody's calling. Everybody's like...
Oh, they're just keyboard warriors, man.
Let's see. Bulk Broman is asking me to ask AI. Grindr is a global website. It's made to handle large traffic.
Not when it's all from the same place, right?
Let's pull it up.
Yeah. It's called jamming the traffic, right? It doesn't matter you have like a million highways. Everybody just goes on one highway.
I mean,
You're
he's
gonna have
asking
a traffic
me.
jam.
He's asking me to pull, like, from AI, and so I said, "Did Grindr crash during the RNC?" Yes, during the 2024 Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, the Grindr app experienced significant user-reported issues, including crashes and increased activity, especially in the convention area. Despite Grindr's official status page showing no outages, suggesting the high volume of users, many likely attendees, overwhelmed the system, creating a meme-worthy situation of closeted Republicans. All right. You're on the line with First Amender.
Amender, I challenge you to a duel, an MMA fight, a fight of the ages. What do you say, Amender? This is Stinkdink calling right now. MMA fight. I've been training for 5 months, and I'm going to give you the same just a year to train, and we can have a duel, right? If I win, you have to unban everyone off of your Discord server.
Where do I have to go?
You win.
Where do I have to go?
To fight? No, just train, upload your stuff, right? And then I'll make behind the scenes plans with one of my favorite Jewish allies that I recently had a one-on-one with.
Wait, so we're not going to fight?
No, dude, we're going to fight, right? Dude, like I said, if you want to fight, right, I'm going to give you a year to train, right? Same thing, First Amender.
I'll take that.
Ages, right?
Yeah, why not? I'll do that.
You take that?
Yeah,
okay,
I'd do that.
Cool.
Where do I gotta go? What do I gotta do? Where?
Well, I still gotta set it up, right? But this is my proposition, right? If you win, right, I'll leave you alone forever. One for a long time, right? Forever basically. But if I win, one simple request: you have to unban everyone from your Discord server.
Why can't we just fight?
No. Because I am here.
Why not? I'd love to
lay
fight
down
you.
Justice on those you have done wrong, right? Innocent British people you have done wrong from your Discord server, who I have been hearing, right? A Jewish man has been pleading to me. He's like, Stink, you have to challenge First Amender to a duel. You have to challenge him to a duel. And I'm Ron, I will challenge him to a duel.
What state do I got to be?
And this is my proposition.
You have the money for plane tickets, right?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Man.
Where do you want to go? What town do you want to go in Florida?
Dude, don't worry, dude.
You want to go to Orlando or something, and then we just pick some fighting arena. And we ask if we can just use it for an hour.
I want to send you a contract,
and then I
right?
get to meet you, Stinkdink, and I get to shake your hand, and then I just fuck your shit up.
Fuck my shit. No, this is going to be a fair fight, right? Unless you don't want that, right? Unless like I said, you're a bad face debater, and now you're going to show your hand.
When I was a kid,
fighter, right?
I'm going to tell you,
funny, right?
When I was a kid, I got into fights all the time.
Okay, my mom used to beat me. I beat the fuck out of her, right? What do you got to say about that?
Most people,
my dad used to beat me.
Not
my brother
capable
used to beat me.
Of handling
all my sisters used to beat me. Yeah, sure, you narcissistic person. Yeah, sure.
I would legitimately love to have like a fight with you, and we can
that's what I'm saying,
regulate it with boxing gloves and all that. I would love that. That would be so much fun.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I want to send over because your stuff, right? You have your stuff, right? Like your email and stuff tied to this YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. In about a month
gmail.com.
from now. About a month from now, right? I want to try and plan everything out, right? I want to be sending you a contract. You have to sign it, right? So that way I can get the wheels going, right? We got to lay down all the liabilities. Cool. I see you in a year from now, Mender.
Peter Bills says he's 5'6", but he's wiry. I'm 5'11". And
well, I'm 5'8".
I mean, I've been going to the gym, I don't know, for the past 5 years or so. So I mean, I'm not.
Well, it's not the same thing.
I'm toned. Right? I'm not weak at all. People think I'm weak. I'm not weak.
Yeah, but you can have a build, right? But if you don't know how to use that build, right? That's the
sure
thing,
I can. Kidding?
Well, no, it's dude, that's not the same thing, right? Okay, it's like this, right? If you're built right, but if you don't know how to use your body in a fight, you're gonna lose, right?
Well, it's a good thing that I do know how to use my body in a fight.
Oh, that sounds kind of gay, man. Well, I'm talking like an actual sanctioned fight, right? Like I said, but like I said, give me about a month or two, right? I want to be talking
Let me know. Let me know when.
to my Jewish buddy behind the scenes. Okay, bye.
Yeah. All right. Just let. Okay.
Dude, that would be fun, though.
Daniel, I would adore just. I really would. I would enjoy that. I would take that up.
Like, the audacity of some of these people is just crazy. It's just crazy. It's like they think they can fight because they went and
Like,
did,
let me just be honest with you, like Stinkdink,
jiu-jitsu or something.
like he's never. Number one, I'm just gonna tell you, like Stinkdink doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't. I have been going to the gym for several years now. I'm toned. I'm not weak. So unless if this guy's like 300 pounds and like 6'4", I think I've got a solid shot.
Now, if he's 300 pounds, you just run around a bit. You tire him, and then you beat the crap out of him. So it's all good regardless.
Bulk Broman says, how much do you think you can bench press First Amendment? I think like the most I've been able to bench press it's not a lot. It's about 170. Not much. It's that was hard. That was a lot. But I think what matters is not necessarily being able to lift a lot, because I never had the ability of lifting a lot. But God, I was a monster, dude. I was like a little goblin. Like I would come in, like I remember like as a kid, I would jump up onto kids' backs, and then I would headlock them by having their arms like here and here. And I would be on their back and I would press their head forward. And then I would take my legs on their shins to cause them to fall forward. It was awful. Awful. I was a freaking little goblin. All right, here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's up, First?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
This is AWOL, right?
Yeah. Let's have a conversation like you were talking about instead of a debate.
Yeah.
That cool?
Sure.
All right. So I'm a little disappointed because you saw that video about the people who invaded that church, and you only spent like 2 or 3 minutes on the subject in general. But then you and Daniel start babbling about Trump and how he feels about kids and things like that. Which one's more important?
I'm sorry. Repeat that. I didn't understand your question.
The thing about the protesters earlier, why don't you devote more time to that?
Well, I don't really have a lot to add, I guess. I mean, if you want me to devote more time to it, I'm fine with that. I feel like I gave my position on it.
Well, actually, your position was pretty wishy-washy. Like you came back with, well, if ICE wasn't there, then they wouldn't invade the church.
I
That's
agree.
a pretty poor reasoning.
But it's true.
If we didn't have
Is it
undocumented people in our country, we wouldn't have ICE.
I mean, it's kind of like arguing like we wouldn't have Japanese internment camps if we just didn't have Japanese people, right? Like you're kind of like justifying the conclusion there. And it's like, it also doesn't lay into question the humanitarian blight that is ICE. And I think that's why people are protesting, is because I think they don't like to see what ICE is currently doing.
Okay, let's say that I agree with that. But you fundamentally disagree with ICE's purpose, right?
Not necessarily. I think there's like there's a need for ICE. I just don't agree with what ICE is currently doing. I think they've gone way too far.
Okay, fair enough. We can stay there for a minute then. Earlier you were saying that you were pounding the drums about it being a lot of discrimination, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How can ICE agents do their job in a way that doesn't feel like discrimination to you?
Well, I think if you detain them and you have due process determining whether or not that they're legal or illegal, and not use skin color as the predestination, but rather do real investigations on people and determine whether or not that they're actually illegal immigrants, it might actually even help if I could know what it is that ICE is doing to determine somebody is illegal or legal. Like, what are they doing? Are they going to like are they checking social security numbers? Is there like a database system that is able to check, the validity of the social security numbers and whether or not it's tied to other people? Like, what are they doing? It would satisfy some criteria to know what it is, as opposed to like, hey, there's a brown guy, put him in a van.
Okay. If we backtrack a little bit, before they got to the "it's a brown guy, put him in the van" stage, when ICE actually had legal warrants and they were going to people's homes, weren't you opposed to it then too?
If they had warrants going into people's homes?
Going to people's homes.
Not
For
inherently,
people who
no.
they already knew. There were certain people who didn't, re-up their visas or whatever it is.
If they missed like a deadline for a visa?
Yes. Let's say it's that kind of situation.
Well, so my as a bit of backstory, my mom, she went through, I think she was going the legal pathway to get her citizenship, but the paperwork is actually quite complicated. And she had missed a deadline by, I believe, a month. But she was right back on the horse, within the month. And, thankfully the court was willing to, provide her some leniency into helping her get citizenship. I would hate to have the idea that my mom could have been collected by ICE and her sent off to Chile, along with a naturalized baby, me. Like, it just doesn't seem right.
Well, what your mother did is commendable. She did it the right way, and I understand the slip in the time, but just for the example, let's just say it's someone who...
Well, but she missed
they're
a month,
2 years
right?
past that time. Hmm?
She missed a month. And you were saying, okay, well,
And
hold on.
I
Like,
said-
what if somebody missed a deadline, and ICE is showing up at a doorstep? And I said, well, based on my personal experience, I would not want ICE to show up to deport somebody just because they missed a deadline. It would be as simple as, okay, here's a court date. Here's how you can fix that. Here's a number to call. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
First, I actually kind of agree with that, but if I bake into the scenario that the person, let's say it's 2 years, and they haven't been back to the office or whatever, if ICE goes to that person's door with a warrant to deport them, are they wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Why are they wrong? From that point of view in that scenario.
I think morally it's abhorrent.
It's more, okay. By the law, why are they wrong?
Well, that predicates that the law is inherently right. And I'm saying I go beyond that, where I say there are unjust laws, and I don't think that law is justifiable.
All right, so first, what you're telling me is that if all it took for me to stay in the country was to fill out paperwork and get to a meeting within a 2-year period, and I don't do that, I'm not at fault. Just for this one scenario. Don't think of 100 other people's lives. Just this one scenario.
Yeah.
Is that person at fault?
I look at it as similar to my mother. I mean, she missed a deadline. Is that technically her fault?
Wow.
Yeah. Do I think that she deserved to be deported for that? No, absolutely not. No.
And I already granted that to you first. I just made this one scenario. Just by this logic, for 2 years, for some reason, I didn't do my paperwork. If ICE shows up at my door, according to you, ICE is still in the wrong, not me.
I mean, 2 years is a long time. That's fair. I still err on the side of ICE shows up at the door, say, hey, you haven't been doing this for 2 years. We need you to do this. Otherwise we have to deport you. We issue like a formal thing that says, hey, you know, if you don't do this by X amount of time, then, you know, we have to deport you. Here's a court date. Here's a number to call. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
That is very pleasant. How would that work with criminal elements? Let's just say that someone does have criminal
If they're a criminal,
charges
get
on
them out.
And there's no problem
If
with
they're a
that.
criminal, yeah, I have no problem. Like that, there should be no problem with taking them through due process and then get them deported. I don't have a problem in getting rid of criminals.
Cool beans. We both agree there then. So if they have a legal warrant and they're pulling to a house of someone who is a criminal, do you think the protesters are helping or hindering that process?
They're hindering the process.
Okay. All right, just checking how in touch with reality you are right now. When you brought up the internment camps, what countries don't have atrocities in their history?
Hardly any.
Yes, because I think that's part of life. It doesn't mean that people advocate for it.
That
It
doesn't
just
mean
means
we
it's
should
something
strive
some people
for it.
accept.
We shouldn't
No,
strive
that's not
for
what I'm
bad
saying,
things
but
that countries have done, and just because bad countries have done bad things, that it's like, okay, now it's justifiable. It's not justifiable.
no, it's not striving for it first, but like you have to acknowledge that some of the things that came before are why we are here now, the way we are.
I'm just saying that it's not justifiable.
I didn't say it was justifiable.
Okay, when you said that, well, look at all these other countries, they've done all these bad things. The next step that I'm thinking is, okay, well, since other countries have done bad things, that means we have a right to do bad things. Maybe that's not what you were thinking, but that's
No,
where
I'm thinking that
that's
I'm
where
thinking
what
that
I was
part of
thinking when you brought that up.
okay. Well, let me clear it up a little bit. I think all countries do bad things because I think that in human nature, there's always going to be some bad people regardless. And a lot of those bad people get into power. Doesn't matter what country it is.
I mean, you're saying like what
And
is, but like not like what ought, right? And it's like, okay, well, we're observing what ICE is doing. And I think if you're, you know, coming up with this expedited deportation process, circumventing the use of the 14th Amendment, that's not good, right? It's a bad thing.
I would agree. But when you're talking about due process, you don't actually believe that people they don't have the people's names, their histories, anything like that. They're just picking up people and just sending them off.
Well, in a lot of
What do you
cases
think
they
is
are.
happening? I'm curious.
They are doing that.
So they pick people up, they don't learn their name, their history, they just deport them. That's
That's
what your point of view is.
that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Can you back that up with something? I know you have studies.
Yeah, they have expedited deportation, not due process. We don't actually know whether or not they're a legal citizen or not. And ICE has not quelled the doubts regarding this, considering they don't divulge at all what they're doing. They don't say, hey, here's our process.
So none of the people being deported out of the United States are able to contact any of their family members after they've been deported?
Some cannot. Some can. It depends on the situation.
Okay, well, let's stick with the ones who can. So are they calling from whatever country they were sent back to and saying that ICE just sent
A
them
lot of the
out
times they're in
illegally?
internment camps that they received no representation from their lawyer or anybody.
You're talking about when they get to the other country.
No, when they go to an internment camp, when they're in a holding cell, when they're transported, all of this is without a lawyer, without any discussion.
First Amendment, what happens to the person after they're deported?
Does that worry you?
Stay on focus.
I'm just curious.
What happens
Just,
to the person?
I've
after
answered
they're
multiple of your
deported?
questions. I just want to know, right? Does that worry you
Yes,
at all, or
it-
is it's not like, who cares about that?
No, it's not that. Okay, let me make this clear. I don't like bad actions as far as ICE is concerned. But I also think that people voted for ICE. There is a problem with immigration.
I don't
It's
think
part
people
of our
voted for
country
ICE.
right now.
I don't
What did
believe
Trump
that.
run on? Wait, did he not tell people that's what he was going to do?
Well, let's see if I can find like a Pew Research or something.
I swear to
on.
God, I don't get you guys sometimes. Like, you flip out about things that Trump doesn't actually say, but the things he actually says you don't pay attention to. He pretty much ran on a platform that he was going to start deporting people. But anyway, that's not the point. What I'm saying to you is that I think ICE is important. That doesn't mean I condone their actions. But I am pushing back on what you're saying about people disappearing. That's where I'm asking you questions for.
Let's see here. So it says here 53% of Americans are saying that the Trump administration is doing too much when it comes to deporting immigrants who are living in the United States illegally. That share is up from 44% in March. A large majority of the continue to say at least some of these immigrants should be deported, according to the Pew Research Center survey and U.S. adults conducted October 6th to 16th of 2025. 50% of adults, I would be venture to say this number is even higher now that Renee Good has been killed.
I would agree with you.
I mean, people, that would mean people didn't
wait,
vote
wait,
for
wait.
this.
What point are you making? That public opinion is against it?
Well, I just
Because
think
what
that
I'm
people
talking
didn't
about
vote
is
for
the
what ICE
actual
is doing
law.
right now.
And
I'm saying people did not vote for what ICE is doing right now. I think people are looking at it and saying that's too much. Seriously, I'm not making that up or trying to, make you look foolish. I'm saying people don't like what's
don't
going
feel
on.
Oh my God. Okay, first, here's what I'm saying, okay? They voted for a president who said he was going to start deporting people. Now, this is what the end result of that is. So, yes, they did vote for that in a way. That's all I'm saying. And again, I think ICE is important, and I don't condone all their actions. I'm just saying that we have an immigration problem. And unfortunately, your point of view is that we can give people paperwork and we can come check back in a week. We can check back in a year. It's never going to get anything done. It's just a continuing circle of nothing.
Hold on. I said 2 weeks. And then let's say if they didn't do anything in those 2 weeks, then, okay, fair enough. They're not doing what they should be doing. Fair enough. Maybe we do need to deport that. But I think most people do want to get citizenship coming into the country. I think most people do want to, make an effort to become legal citizens. And to be fair, right, a lot of the people who are saying that they're quote unquote illegals, a lot of the times it's asylum seekers. They're people that are legally coming to the country seeking asylum. It was only the Trump administration decided that they were going to no longer allow any asylum seeking, with the exception of South Africa. The people that were coming to the country were coming legally.
Okay. Again, it's like you're making a case that I have a problem with people because of what they've done. That's not it. I'm just saying that if you broke this law, there's going to be consequences. First, were you upset about this in 2016?
Who was
The
president in
concept of ICE.
2016?
Yeah, I think it was 2016.
Who was president in? It was Trump who was elected president.
It was still Obama in 2016.
Nope.
When was ICE formed?
Let's see.
2003.
Through that March of 2003.
Damn. Well, shit, in that case, wait. If it's been wow, that's crazy. So fundamentally, this law has been in place that long, but it's the enforcement of it that's wrong.
The problem is I just think they've gone too far.
they've gone too far in enforcing it, or
Yeah,
how they're
well, there's
enforcing it?
number one, there's no due process. Number two, we have
Okay.
no idea what it is their process for determining somebody is legal versus illegal. For all we know, it could be, hey, if they look brown, then get them. If they have a Spanish accent, put them in the van. We don't actually know what their process is, and on top of it, because they have expedited deportation, they don't actually have to show any due process. They could be waiving their birth certificate and a valid social security card in front of ICE, and ICE can just look at them and tear it up and move on. They could do that.
Is this happening, or is this what you think it is?
I don't know if it's happening. That's the problem. I don't know if any of that is happening because number one, they don't say what it is that they're doing. And number two, there's no due process. So it may as well be that, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm genuinely concerned about that.
Have you watched any of the lawyers' opinions on deportation and due process?
Who? A lawyer's opinion on deportation? Yes.
What was their point of view?
They don't like what's going on. They think it goes against the Constitution.
On the due process?
Yeah.
Who did you watch for? I'm curious.
Legal Eagle.
All right, I'll look them up. All right, well, first, I've enjoyed the conversation. It's much better than debating with you.
All right, I appreciate that. You have a great day, AWOL.
Have a good evening. Oh, and also, is Daniel still on?
Yeah, Daniel's on. He's right here.
Does Daniel play chess?
Daniel, do you play chess?
I hate chess.
He hates chess.
I hate chess.
Of course he is. He wouldn't. Daniel sucks. All right, look, man. Have a good night first.
Bye, AWOL. Daniel
I only
doesn't-
play chess with my kids, because I want them to do more than I did. But I don't like chess. It's too boring. I like Go. If he wants to play Go with me,
Are
I
you
can
good
beat
at
the crap out
Go?
of him at Go. Yes.
Let's see here. It's like the license system in the US, a federal database. Again, I have no idea what they're doing, and neither do you, because they won't say what it is. They won't tell anybody what exactly their process is. It would be nice to know. So let's see.
But you see what the problem is also for AWOL. He's also referencing, oh, what if they're doing this? Because look, even when you were talking with Danger, of course, it's like everybody wants the guy that raped a child to be apprehended and put in jail. But obviously, everybody wants that. Everybody's okay if ICE shows up at a specific place with a warrant. The problem is they're not doing that. The problem is the vast majority of the things they're doing, they're just going on the streets, they're seeing a black or brown person, and they're just going at them and asking for their papers, just like the freaking Gestapo. That's what they're doing. That's why people have a problem with ICE.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I missed a call. Somebody had called in and I had to answer somebody else. You got buried on top of somebody. That's kind of how this system works. Like what happens is, Daniel, is that one person will call and then within about like a second or two, somebody else will call on top of it and it'll have like a box that's over the first caller. And so it's actually like last person first, which is weird, but I'll try to answer.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird, but call in. I do want to have a conversation with you. I want to hear your position on this stuff. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I think what ICE is doing is wrong. And I think if you remove partisanship and just look at it for what it is, I think it's pretty clear as day how awful this is and how we're mistreating groups of people under the basis that, that they weren't born here in the US. Let's take a look here.
I don't see it any different from what the Gestapo was doing. I'll be honest, it's literally the same thing. When you have like this branch of law enforcement that is going on the streets and just targeting specific people based on their physiological characteristics and just asking them for their papers, I mean, that's weird. Nobody can tell me that's normal to happen, because they're not really going to white people and asking them, "Oh, where are your papers?" No, it's just black and brown people, or people that speak. They hear them speak like with an accent, like me, right? I would probably. I mean, I don't know if I would be stopped, because I'm pretty fucking white, you know. But it's just weird, right? And the fact that the Supreme Court allowed racial profiling to happen in 2026 is just, I don't know, man. It's beyond words. It's beyond wrong, and everybody should kind of understand that's not the way things are supposed to be done.
Well, let's take a look at some other stuff. Let me see here. I'm going to turn the music back on, and I'm going to show. Let's see here. Venezuela moves to open up oil sector to private investors as demanded by Trump. On January 22nd, 2026, Venezuela's National Assembly in Caracas opened debate and advanced a bill to open the oil sector to private investors to a second reading. Following the U.S. seizure of Nicolas Maduro earlier this month, the Trump administration pressured acting President Delcy Rodriguez to invite U.S. energy investment, and Rodriguez injected $300 million from a U.S. brokered... Ooh, phone call.
How's it going, Amender?
You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Boyd's on the phone.
Amender.
How you doing? Can I get your name?
Good. Sam.
Sam. All right, Sam, what would you like to talk about?
Just out of curiosity, I kind of want to continue the conversation you've been having. What is due process?
I would say probably a right to a trial, evidentiary hearings, right to a lawyer, proper legal representation, due process. Did I get that right? I'm not a legal expert. I would probably have to Google
I'm
it.
not either. But in my opinion, so this is where we may have a disagreement, is that I think due process is just saying you go through a process, doesn't always require lawyers, doesn't always require courts, but it is some kind of action that's set forth in laws. For example, if you're being kicked out of a restaurant, the owner, all he has to do is call the police, they tell you to get out. That's your due process. You don't go to court, that's just how it works out.
So as long as that they have the, tell you what, why don't we let's look this up, because I'm not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. Let's just understand what we mean. What exactly is due process? Give me a moment.
Yeah, go ahead. And thank you for taking my call.
No problem. All right. So it'll take a little bit to read, but I think it's good for us to just read it. Due process or due process of law primarily refers to a concept found in the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which says no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law by the federal government. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, uses the same 11 words, called Due Process Clause, to extend this obligation to the states. These words have their central promise as an assurance that all levels of American government must operate within the law, legality, and provide fair procedure. There are at least 3 other uses of the phrase due process in American constitutional law, and this article will touch on each briefly. The first is incorporation. The Fifth Amendment's reference to due process is only one of many promises of the protection of the Bill of Rights gives people against the federal government. Originally, these promises had no applications at all against the states. The Bill of Rights was interpreted to only apply against the federal government, given the debates surrounding its enactment and the language used elsewhere in the Constitution to limit state power. However, this changed after the enactment of the 14th Amendment and a string of Supreme Court cases that began applying the same limitations on the states in the Bill of Rights. Initially, the Supreme Court only piecemeal added the Bill of Rights protection against against the states, such as Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad Company versus the City of Chicago, when the court incorporated the Fifth Amendment's takings clause into the 14th Amendment. The court saw those protections as a function of due process clause of the 14th Amendment only, not because of the 14th Amendment made the Bill of Rights apply against the states. Later, in the middle of the 20th century, a series of Supreme Court decisions found that the Due Process Clause incorporated most of the important elements of the Bill of Rights and made them applicable to the states. If a Bill of Rights guaranteed is incorporated in the due process requirement for the 14th Amendment, state and federal obligations are exactly the same. For the information of the incorporation doctrines, see the Wex article on incorporation doctrine. The next one is substantive due process. And I'm sorry, I know this seems like kind of long-winded, but I think it's important that we just like get through the jargon and then understand what due process really is referring to.
Can we stop there for a second, if you don't mind? So far, you read everything that says the states have to follow the laws, just like the federals do.
Well, we talked
but
one
it
out of three.
say what the laws are.
We talked about 1 out of 3. That's the incorporation.
Yeah.
It's basically the incorporation
so
of the Bill of Rights towards the states. So the next one is substantive due process. The words due process suggest a concern with the procedure rather than the substance, and that is how many, such as the Justice Clarence Thomas who wrote, the 14th Amendment due process clause is not a secret repository of substantive guarantees against unfairness. Understand the due process clause. However, others believe that the due process clause does include protections of substantive due process, such as Justice Stephen J. Field, who, in a dissenting opinion to the slaughterhouse cases, wrote that the due process clause protected individuals from state legislation that infringed upon their privileges and immunities under the federal Constitution. See the Library of Congress article, Magna Carta Muse and Mentor. Substantive due process has been interpreted to include things such as the right to work in an ordinary kind of job, marry, and to raise children as a parent. In Lochner v. New York, 1905, the Supreme Court found unconstitutional a New York law regulating the workers' hours of bakers, ruling that the public benefit of the law was not enough to justify the substantive due process right of the bakers' work under their own terms. Substantive due process is invoked in cases today, not without criticism. There's a Stanford Law Review article to substantive due process and is applied to contemporary issues. And then there is the promise of legality and fair procedure. Historically, the clause reflects the Magna Carta of Great Britain. King John's 13th century promise to its noblemen that they would act only in accordance with the law and that all would receive the ordinary processes and procedures of law. It also echoes Great Britain's 17th century struggles for political and legal regularity and the American colony's strong insistence during the pre-revolutionary period on observance of regular legal order. The requirement that the government function in accordance with the law, in itself, ample basis for understanding the stress given these words. A commitment to legality is at the heart of all advanced legal systems, and the Due Process Clause is often thought to embody that commitment. The clause also promises that before depriving a person of life, liberty, or property, the government must follow fair procedures. Thus, it is not always enough for the government to just act in accordance with whatever the law there may happen to be. People may also be entitled to have the government observe or offer fair procedures, whether or not those procedures have been provided for in the law or on the basis of which it is acting. Action denying the process that is due would be unconstitutional. Suppose, for example, a state law gives students a right to public education, but doesn't say anything about discipline. Before the state could take that right away from a student by expelling her for misbehavior, it would have to provide fair procedures, i.e. due process. Can we know whether a process is due, as in what counts of deprivation of life, liberty, or property, when it is due, and what procedures to be followed, and what process is due in those cases? Can due process refer to chiefly procedural subjects? It says very little about these questions. Court unwilling to accept legislative judgments have to find answers somewhere else. The Supreme Court struggles over how to find these answers echo over its interpretational controversies over the years and reflect the changes in general nature of the relationships between individuals and government. In the 19th century, government was relatively simple and its actions were relatively limited. Most of the time it sought to deprive individuals of life, liberty, and property. It did so through criminal law, for which the Bill of Rights explicitly stated quite a few procedures that had to be followed, like the right to a jury trial, rights that were well understood by lawyers and courts operating in the long traditions of English common law. Occasionally it might act in other ways, for example, in assessing taxes, such as the Bimetallic Investment Company versus the State Board of Equalization in 1915. The Supreme Court held that only politics, the people's, the powers, immediate or remote, over those who make the rule, controlled the state's action in settling the level of taxes. But if the dispute was about a taxpayer's individual liability, not a general question, the taxpayer had a right of some kind of a hearing, the right to support his allegations by the arguments, however brief, and if need be, by proof, however informal. Left the state a lot of room to say what procedures it would provide, but it did not permit to deny them altogether. Okay, so I feel like what we're referring to is, when we're referring to due process, we're talking about the promise of legality and fair procedure, right?
Right. But here's the bad part, the fair procedure. And we both agree the law is not always fair. And
yes.
So it's hard to put that in place. So all we can do is, what are the procedures, whether they're fair or not fair. We can change our votes and vote in people who we want to change those, but until then, we just got to go with what we have. So to use my trespassing example, the procedure is you get out. Otherwise, they put you in jail, you get deal, and then you get heard of what you're actually trespassed. But that doesn't keep you from being stopped from being kicked out in the first place.
So let's say, for example, if a person is wearing a mask, and they enter into a home, it's not confirmed the identity of that person, right?
Only if it's a visual. If you're actually holding that person.
Yeah, there's probably going to be other factors involved. For example, let's say they covered their license plate, or they parked their car far away. But, it looks like that we've got, maybe a person who, peeled out of a parking lot. We can see the model of the tires. We get it down to, okay, it's, this specific car, or this tire was purchased at this location, and they're able to see, the damaged tires from the skidding out. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that we bring up evidentiary standards.
Now we're talking about public nuisance, and now we're talking about other criminal activities. That's not trespassing. Trespassing is just civil. It's just guy saying, get out of my place. That's all it is. So all this stuff.
I was operating like if there was like a robbery taking place and they trespassed into it. I mean, a trespass is like, hey, you're not allowed to be here. Now you are trespassed. And so you're not allowed to be here anymore. But I was under the interpretation that maybe a robbery was taking place. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if it's not confirmed, this person's identity, and that there's probably evidence that, needs to be shown before reasonable doubt, there's probably going to be like a trial with a jury, right?
True. But that's part two of the process. Part one of the process, this first part, is you have the option to get out, or they call the police to make you get out. When the police show up, they'll put you in prison because they got a hold of you physically from that location. Now, if the police go looking for you someplace else after you left, that's actually wrong because you're no longer trespassing. You've already left. So you have to be trespassed by the police physically there. Otherwise, you're no longer trespassing.
Okay.
So they got hands on you. Now,
what does that have to do with like that people ought deserve due process? Like, what is your point?
So the point is that the due process was you get out. That's the whole process. It's a civil thing. It can turn criminal, but it's a civil.
But what if they're a
Same
legal
thing with
immigrant?
the
What if they're
EPA.
legal?
With trespassing, you're no longer legal when somebody revokes your right to
Wait, hold on. I assumed when you said get out that you're talking about an illegal immigrant.
I'm talking to a U.S. citizen. We're comparing due process. That's our whole point right now. And so we're talking about due process for anybody, whether legal or illegal. Illegal or illegal. So you tell a citizen to get out of your establishment, they need to leave. If they don't, they get arrested. They go through the process. But the first part is trespassing. Second part is then if they want to fight it, they can go to court and stuff like that, things like that. But those rarely get heard because they get thrown out for like standing, something like that. But the other part I wanted to bring to you is due process is that
well trespassing somebody does not revoke due process.
Okay, tell me what the due process is when somebody tells you to get out.
So you have no legal obligation to a trespasser because they don't have a permission to be there.
Okay.
So if someone is on your property and they don't have permission to be there, your obligations to protect their welfare or warn them of potential dangers is different. Right. And so you could say, for example, call the police and say, hey, I don't want this person here. I do not want to have this trespasser here. I would like them trespassed. In which case the police give them a formal order saying that they are now trespassed. They can't return to the property. Right?
My understanding of trespassing is you have to make your intent known that they are not welcome. So you have to personally let them know, or an agent of yours has to let them know they are no longer allowed on your property. After that, they have to be given the process of leaving or disregarding your order to leave. Once they disregard your order to leave your premise, then you can call the police, and then they will tell them to leave. And then they can go further on. Because at that point, the police know.
Well, that's when they give a trespass order. What's your point?
Right,
what are you trying to get at? Right? Neither of us are equipped to have this kind of conversation.
So
what's your point?
So here's the thing. When you talk about due process, there's different levels of due process. The EPA had their own thing where they issued fines and stuff. They didn't go to a civil court. They went to their own little EPA courts.
That's still due process.
So the same thing happens within the executive branch. Because you don't know what the due process is, doesn't mean they're not getting it. For example, is expedited removal an actual penalty? Is that a criminal penalty, or is they just telling them to get out?
So it is under your interpretation that ICE does not have to check any paperwork. They can just deport people.
No.
What
I'm saying
clarify
is
what you mean.
I'm
confused.
So you don't know what the process is. You haven't really looked into what it is. And there may be things that they do to go through the process.
ICE won't tell you what their process is.
So you said you listened to different sources about who they pick up. How do they find out? They do report some of these. I won't say all because they probably don't. But they do report the ones that they like to brag about, saying, we got this murderer out of here. We got this abuser out of here. We got this trafficker out there. Well, how do they know who they have unless they did some type of process where they looked them up? I mean, Tom Holman loves to brag about who he gets rid of.
I guess I just don't really understand how they deport people, and it's not really obvious what they're doing to determine somebody is illegal versus illegal. In fact, there's been instances of people who are purely legal, even people going as far as waving their birth certificates around only to be denied anyway.
Well, that's an interesting point because when you mentioned that earlier, I had to look that up because I was having some disbelief. And so I found out that they did pick up somebody who had their birth certificate, but they held them. I don't know the reason why they're held because I didn't look that close, but they weren't deported. They were just being held. And U.S. citizens are held when
But
they
you don't have a
interfere
right to
with an
hold.
investigation.
ICE doesn't have a right to hold a legal citizen.
Absolutely.
No, they
They
don't.
can't
They
hold
can't
them
do
for
that.
deportation, but they can hold them
No, they
for
can't do that,
other
period.
federal criminal things.
They can't do that,
Absolutely they
period.
can.
They're not allowed to do it. No.
They absolutely are.
No, they are not allowed to do that.
See that, and there's where part of the disagreement is because
All right.
you think they can't. I think they can.
Hold on.
Any federal officer
Hold on.
can hold somebody for any federal crime that's being committed. So if a federal officer saw somebody being murdered, they couldn't stop that person
All right.
unless they were illegal.
Hold on.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Give me a second.
Sure. They saw a kid getting beat up. They couldn't stop them.
It's so annoying.
I mean, that's the implication.
So shows here that ICE Immigration and Customs Enforcement can detain non-citizens, including legal permanent residents and visa holders. If they suspect them of violating immigration law, Emperor Fatassdogs has become a member for 1 month. Thank you very much, Emperor Fatassdogs, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. It's only 99 cents. It's not expensive. And you get access to videos early. Anyway, having a deportable criminal history, or if they lack immediate proof of legal status, while ICE is technically prohibited from detaining U.S. citizens and lawful residents can be held if their status cannot be immediately proven. So ICE is technically prohibited from detaining U.S. citizens.
Well, it says they can be held.
Lawful residents can be held if their status cannot be immediately proven.
Right, so they can hold them.
No, they can't.
Now,
They can't. So hold on. We're gonna go one more time. Let's see.
You just said
We have
can.
No, dude. Read it again. While ICE is technically prohibited from detaining U.S. citizens, lawful residents can be held if their status cannot be immediately proven. So the only instances where they can be held only if they can't determine their if their status can't be immediately proven. ICE is prohibited from detaining U.S. citizens. Do you understand?
So would you address my hypothetical, please? I do understand.
All right. So Fatassdogs says anyone has the right to make an arrest amender. It's called a citizen's arrest. That's correct. You don't have it, but the problem is whether or not that after you've committed a citizen's arrest, can you keep them in a cage indefinitely without any lawyer or due process? Because that's what ICE is doing. But here we go. I mean, let's look at this one, right? U.S.-born man held for ICE under Florida's new anti-immigration law. Leon Judge says that she was obliged to ignore his documented proof. Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, 20-year-old U.S. citizen, was being held in Leon County Jail Thursday, charged with illegally entering Florida as an unauthorized alien, even as a supporter waived his U.S. birth certificate in court. A Florida Highway Patrol trooper arrested Lopez Gomez after a traffic stop, which he was a passenger. The 20-year-old is set to remain in jail for the next 48 hours, waiting for federal immigration officials to pick him up despite his first-degree misdemeanor charge being dropped. His mother, Sebastiana Gomez Perez, burst into tears at the sight of her son, who appeared virtually for his first hearing at the Leon County Courthouse. She left the courtroom distraught because she could do nothing to help her son, who was born and lives in Grady County, Georgia. I wanted to tell them, where are you going to take him? He is from here. His mother told Phoenix in Spanish Moments after exiting the courtroom. I felt immense helplessness because I couldn't do anything, and I am desperate to get my son out of there. She continued through tears. It hurts so much. I'm sorry, I can't. A lieutenant working for the Leon County Jail didn't allow the mother to see Lopez Gomez on Thursday and told her officials were working with U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement on how to proceed. A Phoenix reporter accompanied Gomez Perez to jail. Leon County Judge LaShawn Riggins held Lopez Gomez's birth certificate up to the light after the community advocate Sylvia Alba silently waved the document in the courtroom. In looking at it and feeling it and holding it up to the light, the court can clearly see the watermark to show that it is indeed an authentic document, Riggins said. Based on her inspection of the birth certificate...
Wait a second. So she took this document to a court, not an ICE officer?
They were there in court, yeah.
So the ICE officer didn't ignore it. The court ignored it?
I suppose the court ignored it. Well, I don't know. Let's keep reading.
Okay, I was just making sure because I thought
let's read it. Let's finish reading it.
Okay.
Based on her inspection of the birth certificate and social security card, Riggins said she found no probable cause for the charge. However, the state prosecutor insisted the court lacked jurisdiction over Lopez Gomez's release because U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement had formally asked the jail to hold him. This court does not have any jurisdiction over others of what I have already done, Riggins said. Riggins said that it was very sorry as Lopez Gomez's mother left. I can't do anything for their brother. The 20-year-old's first language is Tzotzil, a Mayan language. And he took a long pause when he was asked if he wanted to hire a private attorney or obtain a public defender. He lived in Mexico for a time when he was 1 year old until 4 years ago. He returned to Georgia, his mother told the Phoenix. The Homeland Security Investigations Office in Tampa issued a 48-hour ICE detainer on Thursday. An ICE officer whose name and phone number appear on the detainer refused to speak with the Phoenix. He hasn't committed a crime for them to hold him. That's what I don't understand. I'm feeling bad because my daughters are asking me how their brother is. It hurts because I can't do anything for their brother, she said. At issue is a recently passed law that the federal judge has temporarily barred the state from enforcing, further calling into question the validity of his arrest, the charge, and the detention. Governor Ron DeSantis signed SB 4C into law on February 13th, and the U.S. District Court Judge Kathleen Williams blocked its enforcement on April 4th. The law makes it a misdemeanor for undocumented immigrants over the age of 18 to knowingly enter Florida after entering the United States by eluding or avoiding examination or inspection by immigration officers. 2 other men were in the car with Lopez Gomez. The driver and another passenger also had their first appearances on the same charges Thursday. The driver also charged with driving without a license. The state trooper pulled over the car Lopez Gomez was in because the driver was going 78 miles an hour in a 65 mile an hour zone, according to the arrest report. Lopez Gomez gave the Georgia state ID to the trooper who wrote into the report. Lopez Gomez said that he was in the country illegally. Wednesday marked the second time Lopez Gomez has been arrested. The Grady County Sheriff's Office took him into custody on Sunday and charged him with driving under the influence, his mother said. ICE also requested that Georgia jail hold Lopez Gomez, but he won release after his family showed officials his birth certificate and social security card, Gomez Perez said. Thomas Kennedy, a policy analyst...
We're kind of a long ways from my hypothetical.
I mean, I'm pointing out an instance where it's like ICE is detaining people, no due process,
ICE is detaining people, but not deporting
putting them in jail.
So the original statement was they were deported. Well, police officers do it every day also. People will blow 0 on a field sobriety test, but they'll be thrown in jail for being a DUI.
And that's also wrong.
U.S. citizens. It absolutely is. But the problem is that's not what we were talking about. We're talking about deportation. Deportation is not a crime. I hate the fact that he was held so long and he had proof that was ignored by the court, which really sucks. But the point is that ICE officers can arrest people. They can do that. And it goes even outside the realm of the actual ICE deal. So like I said, my hypothetical was, if they saw somebody being murdered, could they stop them legally? And the answer would be yes. So when they're doing their investigations, if they run across somebody who they think is wrong, whether they are or are not, their burden is just, what is it, probable cause or reasonable suspicion, something like that. But they can pull a U.S. citizen, arrest them, take them to jail, leave them there for 2 days, and then let them go. Even if they had, like I said, does the law make it right? No. There's very unjust laws. But that is within their legal limits. And until we change those laws, that's kind of how it works out. But that was my whole point. I'm sorry. But thank you for the conversation.
Are you in
It's
favor
been
of what ICE is doing?
I'm in favor of the principle of upholding the law the way it should be upheld.
So as long as the law
Do I
says it,
approve
it's
of
okay?
Bad actors, as long as are there bad actors? Yes, and they should be punished. But as long as they're doing what they're supposed to, I don't have a problem with it. And this is actually something I voted for. And unfortunately, because previous administrations, not just Biden, but the ones before it too, let it get so bad, this is the extreme example of enforcing the law that's been in place for decades.
So let me ask you this. As long as the law says it, it's okay in your mind?
No. Again, I'm not placing right or wrong.
Okay, hold on. So in one end, you're saying that the law is the law. We have to follow it. And then I'm saying, well, what if it's like not a good law? Or what if it's a law that's unjust? And I'm like, should we just follow things in terms of in the letter of the law? You know, and I ask you like, hey, if something is right based on the basis of the law, then should we follow it? You say no. So I don't understand.
No, I say we need to change
your
the
logic.
Law. We don't just ignore it, we change it.
So we should probably not let ICE do what they're doing, right? Do you agree with that?
But they are doing it see, this is the thing. I agree with what ICE is doing to a degree. I don't agree with the bad actors. But there's outside circumstances that are making things worse now than they would have if they're actually following the law. People feel entitled that they should be able to interfere with an arrest of an illegal immigrant. They feel they should be able to harass.
Why do you think that that the police that day said that they were likely an illegal immigrant despite showing a state-issued ID?
Okay. The answer I'm going to give you is my personal opinion, so please take it for what it's worth, okay? Police don't really give a shit about people. They think everybody's a criminal. It doesn't matter if you're illegal, you're a normal, everyday citizen. According to the police, the way they think, you're guilty until proven innocent. And even when you prove yourself innocent, you can tell it to the judge. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. You didn't answer my question. I'm going to try to ask it one more time. Why do you think that Gomez Perez was labeled an illegal immigrant?
Because they think he's lying.
Why would they think he's lying?
Because they think everybody's lying.
I'm writing what you have to say down. Sorry. All right. So I understand I understand. So I understand your train of logic. If I had to guess, and this is my train of logic, I think a policeman saw a person that could barely speak English and likely spoke mostly Spanish, and saw that their name was Gomez Perez, and did some good old-fashioned racism and said, they're probably an illegal. They can barely speak English. Why are they here? I think that is way more probable than this police officer think everybody is lying.
It goes with mindset. That's the sad part. That truly is the sad part. I hate it.
I mean, do you
disagree
think
with
that that's probable?
And I completely agree with you. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So you said earlier that this is something that you voted for. Given the context of the situation, I mean, would you say that you voted for racism?
That's a false equivalency. I voted for people to uphold the law.
Hold on.
And I wish they would do a better job of it.
It is not a false equivalency, because I asked you earlier,
sure.
Is that it is probable that they looked at Gomez Perez, saw that he was brown, saw that he was Spanish, and spoke mostly Spanish and couldn't speak much English. And despite showing that he had a legal verifiable ID that you can only have unless if you're a citizen of the country, they assumed that he was likely an illegal. And I said, is that a probable reason?
The police didn't arrest him.
No. Hold on.
According to the article you read me, the police, he didn't have an ID. Somebody brought his birth certificate to court, and the court refused his ID. So in the field, the police didn't have this information. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So when I asked you about what it was the reason probably that the police officer had stopped Gomez Perez, I gave you, hey, what likely happened? You said that police believe everybody is lying. I don't agree so, because I think,
Absolutely.
Many police officers, they'll pull somebody over and then, let them off with a warning. In the report, this police officer specifically labeled, hey, I think they're probably an illegal immigrant. And I'm saying, okay, well, that's just good old fashioned racism. It's just a racist that put that in there because they spoke Spanish, because they looked brown. And because now they put onto a police report, which then goes into a police database, which then ICE has access to. The reason why ICE went after this person was because of good old fashioned racism. So knowing that the reason why Gomez Perez was targeted was because of racism, we know that for a fact, or at least it is probable that that's the reason. You voted for ICE deportations. You said it yourself. Did you vote with the intent, knowing that racism would just ensue? It was an advocacy for racism.
I'm saying this officer, not the entire process, not the entire force, but this particular officer, because he didn't take the time to find out, because he didn't go through this, he may have a problem with racism. ICE and the law isn't racist. He is the racist. But that's his whole understanding, which is probable, that he wasn't going to take any information from this guy. And he knew he was illegal because he didn't speak it, because he was brown. That guy's the racist, not ICE.
I didn't ask if ICE was racist. What I'm saying is that
the policy was. What the whole policy is.
That's not what I asked.
ICE.
I didn't ask that at all.
The policy is deportation.
I didn't ask that at all.
You asked what I was voting for. What I vote for is a policy. The policy I voted for was deport illegal immigrants.
So I walked you.
Be racist.
I walked you to.
You walked me to.
You're not once again not answering the question. You're not answering at all what I'm asking you here. I'm going to try one more time.
I must be misunderstanding them.
Okay. So what I asked is that the result of this, of ICE policy is a result of, from a racist actor. It resulted in racist outcomes. You said you voted
racist outcome from an individual. One person does not make the group. An outlier does not make it whole. And even, let's say it's not even an outlier. Let's say it's a small percentage of people who do this. that does not mean the policy itself is the racist policy, because it's not just brown people that are getting deported. I think people who are here from Eastern Europe need to be deported, and they're about as white as you can get.
Sam, that's about the third time that I tried to ask the question, and not only did you not answer the question, but upon the third time you directly interrupted me to then add in some additional interpretation that I didn't imply, nor did I say. And I guess at that, I don't know what else to tell you. I can't have a conversation with you.
First Amendment, I do appreciate your time. It's been fun. Thank you.
Yep.
You have a great day.
See you, Sam. Bye. Daniel, were you listening to that?
Yes, unfortunately, I was listening to that. It's like one of the things that I kind of despise is all these people. A year and a half ago, before the elections, they're all telling us that Trump is just trolling, he's miming, he's never gonna do this, he's never gonna do that. And now Trump is doing exactly what we told him he would be doing.
Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amender, how you doing, man?
This is Fatassdogs.
Yes, how you doing? How you doing, my friend?
Hey, dogs.
Anyway, I just want to. All right, I came up for one reason only. I want to ask you: do you believe that 9/11 is an inside job?
No,
Why not?
because the overwhelming evidence shows an indication that this was a effort done by Al Qaeda to destroy the United States, or to destabilize the United States.
Sure, but there's overwhelming evidence that the Bush administration knew about the attack previously before it happened, and they allowed it to happen, and all their deep state connections too.
There was instances where there were warnings that that intelligence reporting should have been able to handle, but it was ignored.
Yeah.
Is that a matter of that they knew about it? No, it was likely more that they didn't take it seriously, is probably more accurate. I don't believe that it was designed. Do you believe it was designed?
Yes. I think.
All right. Why don't you walk me through your evidence? Take me through painstaking detail why it was an inside job. Go ahead.
Okay, for one, when the towers fall, why didn't they fall sideways? They fell downwards, Amender, okay? They fell downwards. That's not how gravity works. Obviously, bombs went off under the Trade Center, man. Like, if you look back at the video of the towers imploding, you will see an explosion on the bottom while it's collapsing.
Can I ask, what direction does gravity go down for you?
Yeah, so what goes up must go down. So
does it go down or sideways?
Hold on. So logically, if a plane hits into a building, why isn't it hit sideways? Obviously, that's logical.
All right. I don't want to tackle that yet. Do you have any others? So they fell downward, not sideways. What else?
Yes, and the fact that the Bush administration, that George Bush himself owned an oil company before he became governor of Texas and president of the United States. So that's another reason he allowed it to happen so he could profit off of it. So you don't think that's anything possible? Because he did go into Afghanistan and Iraq and went to go take their oil, and they made a huge profit off of it. Him, Dick Cheney, and all the oil people. I mean, that's a pretty
so
huge
the towers
red
fell
flag,
downward, not sideways. Bush owns oil, and so he could profit off of oil. What else you got?
Really, you don't see the obvious here?
Well, I'm asking. You believe that 9/11 was an inside job. I don't believe it is an inside job. I've looked into this pretty greatly, and I'm asking you to lay it all out for me. Do you have anything else outside of those two?
And his Middle Eastern connections. His father They had connections with the Saudis, and the Saudis, they had connections to who? Bin Laden. So it's not probable that they have contact with the Bin Ladens, because Bush's dad had relations with certain Bin Laden members during the time. And let's be real here. If you had information that a terrorist attack, if you're president of the United States and you had information a terrorist attack was going to happen on U.S. soil, wouldn't you use every precaution you could to prevent that? Wouldn't you?
I'm listening.
Okay.
So
because it sounded like he wanted it to happen. And it's the reason that they were able to justify their wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. All right? There's no other way they would have been able to justify it besides 9/11. So pretty much they were able to fearmonger the public into supporting their war agenda, man. So that's another reason I believe that it's an inside job. They did it to go to war, and they did it for the money, man. And they wanted to destabilize the Middle East, even though the Middle East was actually in a good. It's not the perfect state, but it's better than it was okay during the time. You know what I mean? It wasn't destabilized like it is today. So yeah, that's kind of why I believe that 9/11 is an inside job, because I mean, what better cover screen to use to go to war?
do you got any others?
What about the passenger? What about the pilot? You know how they claim that one plane that crashed, right? The one that the other fucking passengers tried to take over, right? And fight back.
I have no idea what that sentence just was right now. Can you try to restate that sentence? That didn't make any sense.
All right. Do you know about the third plane that fell in the field?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the third plane hit the field, they found the hijacker's passport in there. What the hell? Why does he have a passport? What reason would he need for a passport? I mean, here. Hold on one second. Here, I'm going to send this to you. So if I were you, Mender, hold on. Hijacker, passport. If I were you, Mender, I would actually look more into this. 4 of the hijackers' passports have survived in whole or in part. 2 were recovered from the crash site of Air Flights 93 in Pennsylvania. These passports are Ziad Jahar and Saeed Al-Ghamadi. One belonged to a hijacker on American Airlines Flight 11, man. So yes, they did. So yes, they were given. How else would they get government issued passports to get into the United States? Exactly, man.
So what you got?
Anyway, I rest my case. I rest my case there, man. I mean, the passports is pretty good proof that it's an inside job, man.
Okay. Let me try something with you.
All right.
So our stream is roughly about 12 seconds behind from you hearing my voice in this call, but I'm going to take this pen and I'm going to drop it. What direction does it go? Does it go sideways or does it go down?
It obviously hits the floor if you're going to drop it.
Does it go sideways?
I don't know. It depends on what angle you're dropping it on. Are you dropping it on the hilt of it, or are you dropping it on the side?
When I drop a pen, does it go sideways?
Yes.
A pen goes sideways when you drop it?
Yes, that's how gravity works. If I were to throw a pen at the floor, it would go sideways.
Not to be overly
It would hit on
pedantic
side.
here, but it's fair to say that gravity moves things down and not sideways.
Yeah, but you gotta understand when a plane is hitting a building, you saw. I'm sure you've seen videos of the
All right,
planes
but
hitting the building.
Earlier you were saying that it should have gone sideways, and you're saying gravity moves things sideways. Your argument was saying, hey, gravity moves things sideways, not down. And so why did why did it go down and not sideways? Well, but because gravity doesn't move things sideways, it moves things down. It doesn't go sideways.
All right, Amender. If I took a bunch of cotton balls,
Is
and
it
I
fair to
blew
say
them,
that gravity
where would they
does not
go?
go down? It goes sideways. I let you talk the entire time. Now I'm gonna address
go ahead.
each and every one of your topics. Right? You said that the towers
Sure.
fell down, not sideways. Gravity pulls
Yes.
things down, not sideways. The planes had severed many load-bearing columns. It's true, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, but it sure weakened the trusses significantly. The floor is pancaked, and that pulled the structure straight down. Okay?
Okay.
Any controlled demolition, right, is going to require you weeks of wiring. You're going to need some very loud, very visible prep, right? Because you're talking about drilling and you're going into like an area where they're working somehow. This requires hundreds of workers, none of which actually happened in occupied office buildings. If it were a demolition, you'd expect some level of symmetry, or maybe like some precision timing, and hell, even explosive residue. None of that was found.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, you don't need that many people in on it. You could just have one agent go in there and plant the bombs.
All right. Well, when you said when the towers fell, they fell downward, not sideways, that's silly.
Yes.
Gravity moves things down, not sideways.
Yes, but Amender, like I was gonna say before, if I took some cotton balls and I decided to blow them off a table, they're gonna go sideways, right?
When you what?
Cotton balls, if I take them and I blow them off a table with my mouth, let's say I blow a bunch of cotton balls off a table with my mouth, which direction are they going to go? They're going to go sideways, right?
And then they go down.
Yes, and then they go down.
Yeah,
exactly.
but we're talking
That's
about
what-
tons and tons of concrete and steel and wires, not cotton balls.
Sure, and a plane.
So it
a
would move
steel
it
plane,
down,
which
not sideways.
Sure, but a plane that is 10 times, that is 10 tons of weight would have easily been able to do that.
Okay. I'm just
Now, we're not
pointing out
talking about-
that when you said the towers fell downward and not sideways, that's evidence of a controlled demolition. I have debunked that. Gravity moves things down, not sideways. Secondly, zero evidence of any instance of a controlled demolition. You should be able to observe explosive residue. That didn't happen. There was also not very much symmetry either. It wasn't symmetrical. It wasn't even precisely timed. Right? So no evidence of construction workers, no evidence of any drilling in occupied offices. It just doesn't work. So your first claim, the towers fell downward, not sideways, is already completely debunked. I want to address the second one, right? The Bush administration owned oil companies so that way he could profit off of oil, right?
Yes. That's
what if I
completely
told
true,
you that
man.
there is no evidence that shows that Bush made abnormal personal profits from 9/11 and that the wars did not increase his personal wealth? What if I told you that? Did you know that?
Okay, what was his net worth going into the Oval Office?
again, did Bush made normal profits in his oil companies? Did did the wars increase his personal wealth?
Well, technically, it didn't do it for him. It was the oil. Well, technically, he wasn't in charge of the oil companies while he was president. He's not allowed to do that while being president. Okay, but he still had contact with the owner of his former oil partners. They still own the plant. They still own the oil business.
Again, I mean, you said Bush administration owned oil companies so that way he could profit off of oil. For whatever reason, he must have done a pretty piss poor way of doing it.
That's how they got rich.
Also, where did most of the hijackers come from?
Where did the hijackers come from? Okay, they were they were obviously Middle Eastern, but I feel
specifically which country?
Which country? I think they were Pakis. Right? Pakistanis?
Most of them were tied to Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
The U.S. didn't invade Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we didn't invade Saudi Arabia, which is another good point because why
and also, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. So, like the idea that the Bush administration owned oil companies so that way he could profit off of oil, it's dead on arrival, considering he didn't even make any money off of that in terms of oil.
Then why'd they go after Saddam?
Because they believed that he was a war leader that had weapons of mass destruction. I mean, I disagree with that entirely. I think that they likely wanted to destabilize the region for oil, but the Bush administration did not profit off of this.
But they knew that wasn't true. And
I'm saying Bush did not make abnormal personal profits from 9/11. It just didn't happen. You would have an argument if that did happen. That didn't happen.
Okay. His personal net worth was approximately $11 to $20 million in 2000, okay? He was already rich, all right? When was Bush's net worth leaving
That's true for
office?
any president. You get book deals and all sorts of signing bonuses, all sorts of stuff. That doesn't have to do with the war, the war post 9/11, the war on terror. He did not personally profit from that. So the idea that the Bush administration owning oil companies so that he could profit off of the oil is totally bunk.
Oh, so you're telling me that Dick Cheney and George W. Bush had no contacts in the oil companies? None at all.
I don't know. I'm saying Bush himself didn't profit off of oil. Anyway,
that's how they got
I wanted
rich.
to move on to the next one because this one was also flying flat on its face once again. Let's try into the next one. You said Middle Eastern connections, Bush had connections with the Saudis and had connection with bin Laden. Is it not probable that they had contact with the bin Ladens?
Yeah, Bush Sr. had contact with bin Ladens. Here, I can prove that as a fact.
So
here, hold on.
So just at a confirmation, the bin Laden family publicly disowned Osama in the 1990s. Did you know that?
Still, why? Okay, in the 1990s, yes.
Yeah, they publicly disowned him long time ago, and they've remained disowning him. Those are the wealthy Saudi elites.
And
it is also fair to say that thousands of Americans have business ties with Saudis, right? What you're doing is that you're giving a guilt by association sleight of hand. Now, this is not to say that the Saudis couldn't be guilty of one thing or another, but your connection doesn't really work.
Actually,
the Saudis disapproved of bin Laden.
You know, yeah, but based on the connections between former Bush and the bin Laden, former President George H.W. Bush, Bush Sr., were primarily professional and financial, revolving around their involvement with the Carlyle Group, a private equity firm. George H.W. Bush worked for the Carlyle Group, a Washington-based private equity firm, as a senior advisor in 1995. This was after he was president. The wealthy Saudi
This doesn't remove
Bin
the
Laden
fact that
group
in the
run by
90s,
Osama
Bin Laden was disowned by the Sauds.
I honestly don't believe that. You don't believe that none of them had connections with Bin Laden, with Osama himself? Of course they did. That's his family. Like, who do you trust? Okay, out of everybody in your life, who do you trust the most? Your family, right? Sure, you can disown your family, but let's be real here. They're rich, and Osama was continuing to get rich. All right? So it's not far-fetched that they
Bin
probably
Laden
still
family.
had
The Bin Laden
connections with him.
family, also spelled Bin Laden, is a wealthy Saudi Arabian family intimately connected with the innermost circles of the Saudi royal family. It is the namesake and controlling shareholder of the Saudi Bin Laden Group, a multinational construction firm. Following the September 11th attacks in 2001, the family became subject of media attention and scrutiny due to the activities of Osama bin Laden, the former head of Al-Qaeda. They had publicly disowned him in 1994.
Yeah, okay, but that was for their image. You'd probably do the same thing for your own image.
But you said that you didn't believe that,
hey,
but that did
okay.
happen.
Sure, but sure, but it's the same thing.
Okay, so
Chris
then
Mass-
the idea,
never mind.
the idea
That
where
was
you
me.
brought up that the Middle Eastern connections of Bush had connection with the Saudis and had connection with bin Laden when they had already disowned them. So it is not probable they had contact with the bin Ladens. No, it's not probable. I want to go on to the next one you have here.
It is because
If you had information about a
okay.
terrorist attack was going to happen on U.S. soil, wouldn't you use every precaution to prevent that? It sounded like he wanted it to happen. That was that was what you said?
Yes. So so if you had the chance to prevent a terrorist attack, wouldn't that be looked really good on your presidential record? Wouldn't that have made George W. Bush a great president of preventing a terrorist attack on
they
U.S.
were
soil?
successful.
He would have been a hero. He would have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize.
They were. Did you know that they were successful in stopping a bombing on the World Trade Center in the 90s?
That was during Bill Clinton's term.
Well, so why didn't they do it under? Why
I'm
wouldn't
talking-
Why wouldn't they just let it happen then and then steal oil then?
Bush ignored it. I mean, he was literally reading the class children when he first heard the news. And when he first heard the news...
And then he finished the story and then he walked off. Yeah, he's an idiot. All right. I agree with you that the United States... I agreed with you that the United States missed warning signs. But this has more to do with the fact that the agencies are very siloed. Information wasn't really necessarily shared. In hijackings, usually it meant hostages, not suicide attacks back in 2001. So I think it's fair to say it's more likely that it is incompetence, not conspiracy. I don't find it to be probable that that they knew and they were like, "Ooh, let's have it happen so we could use some cockamamie way to attack Iraq." I mean, it just sounds like some 4D chess when, let's be honest, the United States is powerful enough to invade Iraq with or without a reason. They don't actually need any reason. They could just go.
Sure, but they would need the public support, and what better than a terrorist attack?
So just for fun, right? Like, let's say, for example, like if you have, for example, like, hey, police exploit school shootings, therefore the government staged Sandy Hook is effectively the logic here. Doesn't logically follow, right?
Well, I would.
Oh boy.
I would be. Look,
Oh,
I mean, I have a diff. I mean, me personally, you know how I am with guns. I'm pro Second Amendment, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that those are fucking. I don't believe that those are like deep state. I mean, okay, some school shootings I do believe are. I don't believe that they're fake. I believe the government knew about them and didn't act on them. And that's been a historical fact about school shootings. You got to understand, it's the same thing with Bush ignoring the fact that there was going to be a terrorist attack in his own country, just like the police sheriff ignoring the fact that there are tips that a student is exhibiting bad behavior and threatening people.
All right.
Right?
So, the point that you made earlier, where you said that they used to justify their wars in Iraq, they fearmongered the public to support their war agenda. I actually do agree with this.
Yeah.
This part is true.
Yeah, it's true.
They did it. The Bush administration exploited public fear. I think they lied about weapons of mass destruction, and they conflated Iraq with terrorism dishonestly. I think they did so.
I agree with that.
However, right, I believe is likely them using a tragedy in an opportunistic fashion, not engineering the tragedy. That doesn't mean, just because they use the tragedy in an opportunistic way doesn't mean that they created the tragedy to begin with.
Okay, sure, but I got a question for you. Wouldn't any other president do the same thing? I feel
what?
I feel like all of them would have done the same thing Bush did.
No.
Yeah, I feel like no matter.
I think Bush
who
is
was
an
elected
idiot,
at the
and he
time,
did an
it
idiotic
would've-
position. But
it would've went
just
down the same
FYI,
way.
right?
If Al
Like,
Gore- look,
and then you're on your final point. You're saying that they found like the hijacker's passport. Well, I don't know if have you ever flown internationally?
No, I haven't flown internationally.
I can tell you haven't flown internationally. What do you think you
States.
need when you fly internationally?
You need a passport, obviously.
So why would a terrorist not have a passport?
But how would they get past Homeland Security and all the security and all that stuff? Huh?
With a passport.
Like, come on! Like, if a terrorist were to come into the country, wouldn't they have been recognized on the spot by the people that were allowing him to come in? Like, let's not play dumb here, man.
You were saying that
I'm sure they could have found.
You said
a way
earlier
to,
that the third plane fell in the field. They found the hijacker's passport there. I'm not even sure if that's true, but assume it is. Why does he have a passport? What reason would he need a passport? He's flying internationally.
Yeah,
he needed to
before
get on the
hijacker's
plane.
passports have
He shows
survived
his
in jail.
passport and then gets on the plane. That's what you need in order to fly internationally. You need a passport.
Yeah, but how did he get a fake passport? Those
He
were
didn't
fake
get-
passports.
They would just present a passport. You said, how is the passport there? I'm telling you, he's flying internationally. Of course, there would be a passport.
But where did he get it from?
I don't know. He got a passport.
Where would a terrorist get a passport from?
That wasn't your
Think
question.
about that.
Your question that the hijacker's passport was found. Why would it be there?
Yes.
And I
yes,
said,
and
because
how
they're
would they
flying
obtain
internationally.
passports?
How is this proof that 9/11 was an inside job?
How would they obtain passports? The government obviously gave them to them.
So any government
There's no other
can
way.
give passports out.
Sure.
So
Any
he doesn't
government can
need
give
necessarily
passports
a
out, but those
U.S.
were
passport. He just
passports.
needs a passport.
Sure, I get where you're coming
then
from. Okay,
what is,
I get where you're coming
why
from.
is this your argument? None of
But
what you have cited.
how would
I
they
asked
get
you
the
to sit down.
passports?
Please provide me as much as you can regarding 9/11 on it was being an inside job. I said very quietly sat there, let you rattle off point after point after point. None of these hold muster.
They kind of do, especially the deep state connection.
They don't.
But again, you said I was right about them using it as an opportunistic way to go to war. So why wouldn't they stage a terrorist attack to go to war? What better way to justify it?
All right.
Think about that.
Well,
And
let's
think
try it
about
this way,
How
Ray.
would they obtain passports?
Should it be an inside job?
Okay, go ahead.
Should it be an inside job? What there would need to happen is, number one, you would need hundreds, if not thousands, of conspirators. You would need to have perfect secrecy among these hundreds to thousands of conspirators. There is not a single whistleblower found on this. There is no leaked documents found on this. There is no forensic confirmation for 25 years. What am I supposed to conclude? You're arguing from your vibes, not your evidence. Like, show me a who, a how, what proof survived 25 years of scrutiny.
Okay, look, if the JFK files can go hidden for 50 years, I'm pretty sure they can hide stuff from 9/11 for 20.
This dude's talking about the JFK files, and we're talking about 9/11.
I know, but no, I'm making a comparison. I'm not actually I'm not switching topics or anything. I'm making a comparison. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you can't compare these two things. Those are two separate situations. I sat there and I listened to every single one of your points.
Snowden.
I don't find any of your points even remotely enough to say it was an inside job.
So
you were at the point where you think gravity goes sideways. How could I have a conversation with you if you think gravity goes sideways?
Because you do you not know how wind works?
Gravity doesn't go sideways. It goes to the center of mass. The biggest mass that we have nearby us is the Earth. The center of mass is in the core of the planet. So you always move towards the core of the planet. So when the towers got hit and their structural damage got hit, they went down, not sideways.
All right, again, Amender. If I were to go bowling and hit the bowling pin, they would go sideways. It makes okay. Come on, that's logic. That's pretty logical. Anyway, all
it's
right.
not. It was good talking to you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Bye-bye, Fatassdogs.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your night, man. I gotta get ready for work. Take care.
Daniel. Help. Daniel, you there?
Dude, that is crazy. That is just crazy. It's like, I mean, the moment he said that gravity makes things
go
sideways.
Go sideways.
I don't know, man. Like, it would be much easier for us to use planes if that was the case.
It would be amazing. No, it wouldn't be amazing. It would destroy everything.
I mean, it would be, obviously, it's like,
it would be
if that
very
were to happen right now, we would all just be
we'd all
absolutely
dead.
Fucked.
Yeah, we'd all be dead.
Yeah. I mean, that would be awful if that happens. Hope it doesn't.
So Stinkdink says, heard you talking smack on my boy Stink after he hung up. Here is this as a treat. Wait, is this Stinkdink? All right, let's see Stinkdink. Here we go. Apparently this is Stinkdink. Face reveal. Stinkdink. Looking forward to that fight. Look at him go. Here we go. Let's look. Dude, I would truck this kid.
Oh my god, the slow motion.
I would truck this kid, dude. It would not be fun. Great form.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
I consider me.
exceptional.
Consider
Oh my
me.
God. Okay,
yeah.
the wind up. Okay,
Exceptional.
the wind up.
Yeah. All that. Yeah. Make sure you have more jelly while you're at it. I'm not fat shaming. Just bro. You thought this video made him look good. Oh my God.
What is it? Dude, you're pushing with your toes. What are you doing? Oh. No, but did you see like the last one? He was literally just pushing the bag with his toes.
He going like.
Yeah. Oh God, that is amazing.
I would love to have a fight. I would love to. Excadriller says 9/11 convo rotted my brain. Not gonna lie.
It did.
It rotted my
literally
brain
fucked
too.
Me up. It's like that's like.
I wanted to hear it
crazy.
out.
It's like,
Hold on,
know,
wait! I just caught up. Is that the kid who wants to fight a Mender? Yeah, I'm in. I want to do it, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just I'm a fucking truck this dude. Dude, I truck this kid. Fucking jelly roll over here. Let's go, dude. I would love it. I would even if I lose, I'd love it. It'd be fun. I'd enjoy that. We could do that. I'd have I think I got a good shot. We got Jelly Roll over here who's gonna beat me up. Give me a time and place. I'll drive over there. I'll drive right on over there. Look at him. He's ready to go. He's gonna do his big kick. Man, that ought to be fun.
I mean, it would, but he has to pay for it. If he wants to fight you, he's gonna need to pay
Holy
for
crap,
it.
that's awesome.
That's how it usually goes.
Just need a couple of waivers. Let's see. Lol, Wokie's foaming at the mouth for violence. I didn't say violence. All legal.
Yeah, who the fuck said violence?
All accepted.
Dude,
like, come on. He's the one
who's the
challenging me
one?
to a fight. I didn't challenge
Yeah.
him to a fight. He's the one that wanted to fight. If he wants to fight, yeah, all right. Why not? Why not? I think it'd be
Also,
fun.
by the way, like this whole thing, I mean, there is like, dude, it's like these pieces of crap. It's like this. Oh my God, leftists, they're always violent. No, guys. It's like you're always violent, and you think that leftists cannot fight back. Yeah, you'd be amazed of how we can fight back. So,
Let's see here.
Sit down and shut up.
Let's see. First, is it really worth it? I mean, why try to grow a spine? Now just be nice little pacifist and show your belly. Okay, I'll show my belly. Bro, I'm gonna truck this kid. I have a six-pack. He's done, dude.
How are you gonna get through the jelly though? Come on, man.
Oh my God, the idea of it. The idea of it is so funny. We just gotta do it. We just gotta, if he actually accepts and he's like, all right, we're gonna meet in Orlando, I'll do it. But he's got to give me a time and place. Give me a time and place.
That is true.
And I'll start training. I'll start putting some real effort to learning how to do it. I think I could. Joepio says, how about this? I'll 1v2. Amender and Daniel versus me. Just give me a cage so they can't run. Jesus.
Dude, I don't need anybody else.
Let's see. Xka says, not gonna lie, first, you look like my 8-year-old nephew. Okay. I'm telling you, I'm squirrely. I'm a little squirrely boy. I think you might be pleasantly surprised. I think you would be. And then what would the fight be like? It would just be both of us fighting one another.
Oh God. That would be amazing, though.
We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. That was a treat. I didn't think he'd show a video of himself. That's the first time I ever even see what he looks like. Let me take a look here. Hold on. Where's... I promise I will squeeze the Trump derangement syndrome out of you. I don't think I have Trump derangement syndrome. I think I just argue the facts, and I have a strong argument, I think. And I mean, I'm willing to hear you out. You just have to have a discussion. See, Hood Monkey says, and squirrels get crushed by trucks. Not a good analogy, Bubba. Okay. Are you saying that you're going to crush me with a truck? AOL says, okay, make it reality, then figure out some way where you can charge for this. I would seriously pay to see this because this would be hilarious. How old is this person, by the way? I don't know. I think he's like 30. I think he's like slightly younger than me. Like,
looked like in his 20s, to be honest.
I'm 36.
Maybe like 27, 28.
Let's see here. Joe, I like you, so I'm going to warn you. Don't want no parts of Daniel in a fight. He's from Romania and they fight werewolves on Sundays.
Actually, it's like every day, but you know. It's just the myth that we do it on Sunday.
Let's look up joepio's account. Where's joepio? Let's look at joepio. We gotta pull up joepio's stuff. All right, chat. This is joepio. I wasn't. What is he talking about? What is this? What is this?
Okay, so in all my years of learning how to talk to women and how to approach them and how to ask them.
I remember this.
Oh yeah, I need to see it. I don't know it.
You don't know this?
No.
joepio is going to tell you how to talk to women.
Oh.
Are you ready?
I haven't been more ready in my life.
Okay.
Out and all that kind of stuff. I found there's not one way to do it. There's not, that concrete one way that's gonna.
I agree.
Get you that yes.
I agree with that.
So
that's
I figured, why not try a few different ways?
A few different ways. Okay.
I'm going to give you.
Man, dude, we got to learn how to edit. Holy crap! All right, let's playback speed. Let's get that baby to 1.5. All right, here we go.
20 different ways that I could ask you out, and see what you think.
Hey, just thinking about you. Wrote this song.
Victoria, where you go all day?
I mean, to be fair, right? Like, if you actually know how to play an instrument, playing an instrument for a girl, that's not a bad way. Like,
It probably helps.
It probably helps. It helps a bit. I don't know.
Especially something that's like a flute, a trombone, a saxophone.
Well, I
something
think
that uses your mouth.
I think like the number one. I think guitar. I think with a guitar, like, hey, I wrote this song for you, and like, here's my guitar. Very different reaction than if you brought the bagpipes.
Yeah, or the cello is like
Yeah,
like girls don't vote
maybe
for
not
the
so much
cello
on the
player.
cello or the violinist.
Well, the violinist actually, no.
You think the violinist?
That's different. Yeah, I still think that.
I think like if you like guitar, definitely. Definitely the I think a pianist.
Piano,
right?
Yeah.
I think pianist it would be very attractive. Not so much on the xylophone. I don't know why. I don't make the rules.
Yeah. Or the harp.
Hey, check me out on the harp. That might work. It's a little overly romantic. I think a harp. I think you got to work up to the harp.
Yeah.
You
Only
can't
the
just like
connoisseurs
first,
actually
you can't
go
just
for the
like
hard
first
player.
date on, and harp it out. Like that's gonna come on way too strong, I feel. All right, okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Pamela Haystack said very accurately here, how to talk to women. Step 1, do not mock chess skills. Yeah, good point. That's a good point. I like that.
That is
Okay,
a
all
good
right.
point.
All right, so I mean, I get you're being facetious, so I'm not gonna knock you too much on the music one. Let's see the next one.
With me. Yeah. What I just read. Hey, I was just wondering, did it hurt? Maybe fell from heaven. Baby.
Mr. Silly, you know, girls do like a sense of humor. I don't know. The fell from heaven is a little too corny. I don't think I would do the fell from heaven kind of a thing. What would be like a funny, I'm trying to think like a funny pickup line for a girl. Jesus, I'm no good at this. I help me out, Daniel.
I don't know, man. I've been married for so long. It's like I don't need to do this shit anymore.
I was trying to formulate something to do with ice, but I couldn't. I would have to think about it for a bit. Anyway.
We can go down to the river. You can give him a truck. We can go catch us some crawdads. Maybe.
Right away, I'm telling you right now, the country boy, it ain't doing it. I don't know. I feel like that, like with a country boy, there's like a non-zero chance that they hit you.
Look, I think it depends where you are, because I feel like there's some parts of like Louisiana or like Texas where this could actually work.
Where the country boy would work.
Yeah.
There's probably like a very
it's like you're too much like a
specific,
city dweller.
like a very specific kind of woman that would be like, okay, I like the country boy. But it would also be
cowboys,
super turn off, because let's be honest, man, one of the most like least enjoyed musics out there is country music. People don't like country music. People in general just don't like. Listen, if you like country music, nothing against you. Okay, I don't dislike you for liking country music, but at the same time, just know it's like the most hated kind of music. It's like if,
some country music.
It's like electronic music. It's not for everybody. I love electronic music, but it's certainly there's certain people they just don't like it, you know. And country music is even worse. Anyway,
we go skinny dipping. We can put a little mud on the tires. I don't mind.
All right, skinny dipping. That's way too strong. You cannot say that. You're trying to ask a girl out. You're saying to go skinny dipping, bruh. Help me. Has that ever worked? I don't think that works. That don't work.
I don't know if
and I just walked it. Yeah. Just let me know. Hey, I was just want to see if you want to get some food sometime. Felt like we hit it off. I like you. Hope you.
I like Mr. Direct.
Yeah.
Hey, I think you're kind of cool.
I mean, I think it kind of goes well, like most of the time, right?
Yeah, just be direct about it. Yeah.
Like me. So let's go do something. Hey girl, you know you want to get something to eat with me? We can go see a movie. Just that big popcorn you like. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was the difference between the gangster and the country boy? That was like the same person. It was the same exact accent. No difference.
It didn't have a hat, so maybe that.
His hat wasn't backwards.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you might want to go on a date with me. Regardless, I drew you a picture and I wanted you to see it. And I drew a flower right there because of your kindness. This is an arrow. It's just going straight towards my heart. You know, you're not in the image, but you're actually firing the arrow. And this chair, your chair.
Can confirm art does work, but also maybe not have the voice of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. That can help. It's like,
but certainly drawing, yes, doing some artwork for a girl, if it's flattering, it could go completely the other direction if it is not flattering. So just be aware of that. But Make sure, you know, it's nice and flattering. It might work.
Because you reminded me of your eyes. Hey, I was just wondering when you're going to go out with me. I mean, we had that moment, didn't we? I mean,
No. You never want to be Mr. Obsessed. Never. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Obsessed does not work.
A negative success rate.
And women can smell that from 1,000 miles away, dude. As soon as you become like, ooh, you know, we really got to do this, bro, it ain't gonna work. Gerard says, first offender, the final boss of ad hom attacks. You know, I am taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. I'd be glad to have a conversation with you. I do find it funny that you do say that you said first offender, the final boss of ad hom attacks, when in this sentence, you're just attacking my personal character. I find that pretty funny.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they don't understand these things.
Yeah, the Mr. Obsessed. Yeah, that is. How far does this go? Oh my God, how long does Mr. Obsessed go for? All right, let's hear Mr. Obsessed.
locked eyes, and I mean, I just knew you were the one. You had my favorite Pop-Tart in your hand, and I just thought.
Yeah, you don't start by saying you're the one. That's way too strong. I'm sorry, that's never gonna happen. You'll know when they're the one, right?
Everything was just aligning. It was just how it's supposed to be. I mean, I see you leave for work every day, and
yeah, this is definitely creep vibes.
I text you, and I see you look at you, put down. You don't even respond.
That ain't working.
Talk to your mother.
This ain't
She
working.
doesn't even know who I am.
Throw this one out. Throw it out.
I think we need to go on a date. And
no, not going on a date
like
with a literal serial killer.
I just want to see if maybe you want to go on a date sometime. I mean, if you're into that thing, get some food or go see a movie or something. It's okay if you don't.
If you develop a rapport, it might work.
Yeah, but he seems like a bit too shy, so it's like that's a bit
just like
needs to be a bit more strength.
All right, listen, I have not been in the dating game for a long time, but I didn't have a lack of success in the dating game when I was, and the thing that has worked the most for getting a date was to talk about her interests and genuinely try to be interested in what she has to say. That's it, Daniel. That's all I did. It was so easy. And you would just listen to them, and then that was it. And then they were into you. It wasn't that hard. I don't know.
Yeah. I was trying to see if you want to get a bite to eat sometime. Go see a movie. If not, that's cool. I mean, I'll go out and do something, but if you want to do something with me,
This is the Mr. Cool.
Hey,
I don't know if that was Mr. Cool. That wasn't cool at all.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. So figured I'd ask you out on a date. I was just here chilling, thinking about you. I was practicing some juggling. Want to see something? Check it out. Yeah.
Man, he can't even juggle.
I just want to see if we can get some food sometime.
Guess he's not talented. Darn.
I don't know why it's like they're all kind of like starting the same lately. Like all these pickup lines. Oh,
like,
you want to go out
hey,
sometime?
want to go out?
Have a drink.
Have a drink.
Want to go out? Is that the same Mister? Is that what's happening?
Mr. Picky. What's Mr. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
How's Mr. Picky,
picky
getting
about
somebody?
what?
All right, let's see.
I go get some Chinese, or no, actually not Chinese. It really messes with my stomach. Mexican food. I love Mexican food, but I mean sometimes too spicy.
Why do you need to mention your bowels while trying to ask a girl out?
Just can't do it. So I will do it for you, but I prefer not to.
Excadriller says, first is my favorite trans woman to talk to. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pamela Haystack says, is this video meant as a joke? I hope so. I just asked joepio. I don't know. This is joepio's video.
It's a bit of like a jokey.
Yeah, I think there's like a hyperbole like mixed.
Yeah.
With real.
Dude, Italian food's nice, but there's just not any good Italian around here, so seafood.
Pamela Haystack says my husband was Mr. Picky. LOL. That's good.
But,
maybe Mr. Picky. Maybe there's something to Mr. Picky.
Gosh.
It at least works for Pamela.
Oh gosh. What else?
Exactly.
I just have to decide.
Let's see. joepio says, First Amendment, this was a joke to make her laugh. The woman complained I never asked her out formally, so I made this asking 20 ways to shut her up. That's actually kind of cute. That's kind of funny. Now here you are.
It's like some work from him, right? So that's nice. I mean,
you know, that's kind of now I feel bad. Now I feel bad for making fun of this.
I don't think we made fun of him for doing this. He's just like,
Stan the man says,
like
oh, we have a cat
themselves.
lady hosting. Okay. We're taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218 if you want to have a conversation. I do want to hear what you have to say. I do. I want to legitimately have a conversation. I don't mean any harm. I genuinely want to talk. That's it. Like, let's just have a legitimate conversation. Let's have the right talk with the left. Here I am, soy boy liberal. Hi, soy boy liberal. I'll hear you out. We'll have the conversation. Awol says, you really are missing the whole point of these videos. I mean, I'm assuming it's just a joke. I'm sure it is. It sounds like a joke. Let me put on some music.
It definitely doesn't sound like something that's super serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, if you guys have not hit that like button, if you have not hit that subscribe, make sure you are hitting that subscribe. Hit that like button. I want to hear what you have to say. You're on the line with First Amender.
It's your boy joepio.
Hi, joepio. How you doing?
Did you and Daniel learn something from the video?
Oh yeah.
Did you guys take notes?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I tried to get you to skip because you kind of played the same clips both times. The endings are pretty funny because I had one where I tried to fake that I was drunk crying to get her.
Okay.
It's one of the last ones, and I'm not saying you have to play it, but anyway, I forgot why I was calling. I don't even remember what I was going to argue with you on. Nobody was calling. I figured you were getting sick of my videos.
No.
Yeah, you were going to MMA fight this guy. First off, that was kind of a funny clip. You have every right to kind of make fun of that guy. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, it's a liberal or Democrat, whatever political affiliation, it has nothing to do with fighting. So it's just
I think it would be fun. I think it would be like, I genuinely would just have fun doing it. Like, why not?
Well, and I said something in there like, what if it was called like a politi-brawl or something? You just have them like, you like argue for 2 minutes about politics and then you box each other for 3 minutes and then just go back and forth. Well, they do it with chess. It works. So it's just not as big over here.
Okay. Well, was there anything that you wanted to talk about specifically, or?
Man, I forgot what. Well, I got one that's kind of funny. I just want to say it. You don't have to engage, but I told Awol, and he thinks you'll like it. So after going through all of your 80 some odd hot takes, I was like, I have a hot take that I've actually never heard anybody else say other than me. And so I was just like, I think it'd be funny to tell you. And my hot take is that there are flat earthers and there's people that believe January 6th was an insurrection. And my hot take is that by 2030, there will be more humans on the planet that believe in flat earth than there are people that believe Jan 6 was an insurrection. Tracy, agree, disagree?
I disagree.
Yeah? Why is that?
I'm a bit more of an optimist. I think things can get better before they're going to get worse. I think by 2030, I think people are going to be tired of this whole, MAGA movement and, the manosphere kind of stuff. And I think evidence will prevail. I believe that. I have to believe that. I think that that's the case.
Do you believe anything's going to happen with the people with the Minnesota thing with the church? Are they going to catch charges?
I don't know. Maybe.
Or sorry. I guess I should say, do you think they should catch charges?
No.
But you're all for the January 6th people?
Yeah.
So people that didn't go into the Capitol, that were shooting, that were journalists, were facing 22 years in prison. Don Lemon flew across state lines knowing that these people were about to commit a crime and did it. And you're
aware
like,
that they
just let it go.
injured. Well, I mean, this is apples to oranges. I mean, showing up unannounced, without being welcome and yelling at people, I think is a big difference from showing up to the Capitol and injuring hundreds of police officers in the line of duty. And
I'm talking about from a
breaking
journalist.
in.
I'm not talking about the protesters.
Huh?
I'm talking about Don Lemon. I'm saying Don Lemon is going up there saying he's a journalist and that it's just okay because he's a journalist to participate in this kind of thing. And I'm telling you that the previous administration went after people that said, I'm just a journalist.
Tell you what.
So I'm saying, do you think we should be going after?
I don't know enough about what happened with Don Lemon, but let me see if I can just pull up, is Politico, is that relatively unbiased? Is Politico
What, the footage of him?
Unbiased. Let me see here. Politico.
I would say it should be pretty easy to find because he's not hiding it.
Center
Like,
left, center right bias, depending on the article. Okay, so let's see here. They talk about politics in the narrowest possible sense. There's vacuous talk in a national sense. Oh yeah, I don't see a problem with Politico. Let me see here. So, judge rejects criminal charge against journalist Don Lemon over the church protest. Justice Department officials announced last 3 arrests related to disruption of religious service on Sunday. Federal prosecutors sought to charge former CNN journalist Don Lemon in connection with anti-immigration enforcement protests that disrupted services at a Minnesota church on Sunday, but magistrate judge declined to approve the charge, 2 people familiar with the development said. Lemon's name appeared among 8 defendants in a federal court docket reviewed by Politico Thursday afternoon. However, a short time later, the case disappeared altogether from the public docket. In social media post, Attorney General Pam Bondi did not mention Lemon, but named 3 other people arrested Thursday over the protest at City's Church in St. Paul. Nikema Levy Armstrong, William Kelly, and Chantel Allen, a member of the St. Paul School Board. Our nation was settled and founded by people fleeing religious persecution, Bondi wrote on X and quickly reposted by the White House. Religious freedom is the bedrock of this country. We will protect our pastors. We will protect our churches. We will protect our America of faith. The people who described the rejected persecution of Lemon were granted anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly about the matter. One said Bondi is enraged at the magistrate judge's decision. The Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment or to detail charges against those arrested. What would they be? What would they be tried for? I guess Don Lemon.
Well, and see, that's the thing, as most Americans thought that you could be a journalist and stand on the streets, but they're just able to come up with these charges, and then boom, now they're facing prison. So it's not a matter of me saying, oh, here's the law, and it's this article, da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm saying that these kind of things have been happening for a while now, and now whenever I'm like, we're supposed to throw the book at it, you're like, nope, I think that they should be fine. And so this is the classic example of why they've been saying for years, rules for thee, but not for me.
I actually have not said,
I
had not said that it should be fine.
I don't recall exactly what your wording was.
I said I don't really know. I mean, I think it's not right to be in a church unannounced. I think it's private property. They can request you to leave, and if you do not leave, they can call the police, and the police can have you trespassed. Does that mean that you got to go to court over that? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, I don't know, just all these things are happening, and you just seem to be, I don't know how to describe it. The things you guys are focused on, you and good old Daniel over here. By the way, I want to know where Daniel gets his information from. I don't know if it's just you or what. But
Daniel, where do you get your information from?
Funny.
All over the place. The internet is a wonderful place where
or
you
am
can
I not
actually
allowed
get
to hear?
information
No, you can't.
from like very good
Okay.
sources like Reuters and AP. And
He gets it from all
lot of
sorts of
other-
places
yeah.
across the internet. He uses
Like good
Reuters,
sources.
AP, and good sources.
That's close to what you said before.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, my bad. I didn't even mean to. I thought I could get him. I thought I could get him to speak, and I could hear it at the same time on the phone. I messed that up. I didn't realize.
If
so
you
it's my
show
fault.
up on the
Sorry about
Discord, if you show up on the Discord, there is a channel called Recording Live where me and Daniel are sitting in. You can just step right in. If you know how to use Discord.
I've been thinking about it. It's just a different setup. I usually have you on my laptop while I'm doing something in my living room, whereas my Discord, all that stuff's on my actual computer rig.
I mean, if you have it on your phone, like you can get it on your phone and just connect.
Yeah, I suppose I could, but
do you want to try
anyway.
that? And you can have a conversation with Daniel Hume.
I mean, he just sounds like a moron. I don't mean to
he's
do
got
a
a bachelor's
dig at
in,
him, but he's honestly said quite a few things already. So
he's got a bachelor's degree in chemistry. He's not a moron.
I don't know. Oh, wait, so he should be able to tell you about the chess stuff on why women are worse at chess because he's a bachelor in chemist.
Do you want to call in? Do you want to?
I'm trying to think. So you want me to hang up this call and call on Discord?
No. So you just join the Discord. It's discord.gg/FIRST.
Oh, it's on the...
Right? Yeah, it's right here. Discord.gg/FIRST amender. And there is a channel that's called Recording Live. And you should be able to just connect and hear both of us. I'll stay on the phone with you.
Gotcha.
Until you figure it out. Yeah, you could do it right now.
Well,
just
no, I was
the home button.
I honestly called just because it was funny because you were doing my video, and as a final thought on that, it was kind of funny. I forget what year I made that. It has it on there, but that thing is so old, and it's funny. Both times you kind of critiqued the video editing and the quality and stuff, and it's like the thing was shot in my father's living room. Yeah. Like on a shitty laptop with, I don't even remember what program was out at that time, but let me see. But no, I don't know if you read my note or whatever. The funny thing about to that video for me is that she rejected me. She actually didn't even say yes or no. She just ghosted me in response to that video because what I did was I sent her flowers with a link to that video. And then I just never got a response. And then like 8 months later, she tried to talk again. But anyway, the only reason that thing still exists today and why it's up there and why you're able to click on it and have your laugh is because I showed it to my friends and all the guys started crying, like laughing. And then whenever I would show it to like my grandmother or my aunts, they would all just like pity me and stuff. And so I was just like, I'm just gonna leave this up. This is a hilarious reaction. And like my grandmother was in tears crying, laughing over it. And it's just like, oh, okay, I'll leave it up. And like, I don't have a channel, so it's got like 80 views in 10 years. So, okay, I'm on. Grab my laptop.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, wait, the Daniel guys is from Romania? I'm grabbing my laptop.
Yeah, he's Romanian.
So why does he get to have a comment about our country and whatever, and what makes him think that he knows anything? Because all I've heard him do is repeat the same things that the news puts.
Well, so I think it's very similar to like how a male can be a gynecologist. I don't think you need to have, say, a vagina to be able to understand vaginas. You could just be knowledgeable in a particular field. And so I think with Daniel Hume, he's not he's not an American, but I think he can understand what is happening in America.
Oh, better than some Americans.
And I mean, yeah, any human with a brain can. My point is, he's from a whole other country. It's like you don't hear me talking about Kenya's government and what they should be doing.
But I mean, if you sat down and learned about Kenya's government, you could have something to know about it. And considering that the United States is the world stage, it doesn't surprise me that, people would know about it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to log in here. I'm on Discord.
Yep.
Where the hell do I?
If you hit the plus arrow and then connect to discord.gg/first amender, FIRST amender. And then you should be then connected to the server. It's probably going to ask you a couple questions. And then once you're in, you're just going to connect to where it says recording live. There will be one voice channel where you'll see First Amender and Daniel Hume in the same channel.
Oh, I'm still stuck on trying to find your channel because only plus that I have on I tried to get on my computer
Yeah, it's on the bottom left-hand corner of your servers. You can hit add a server. Hit add a server.
Yeah,
and
you're right. You're
join
right.
server. And it's discord.gg/FIRST amender.
Gotta agree to something.
Ah, you're in there.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up this. I guess
All right, here we go.
that's my headset. So.
Well, hello, Joe.
He's getting his headset.
What up? What up?
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Sounds better. I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel. I think you don't know anything
Yeah.
about our country. What's up?
I think I know more about your country than you do.
Yeah. Like Trump being a Gestapo.
You know why I know that? Because like most Americans that I talk to know jack shit about America.
So that makes you just the arbiter of the truth.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I was the arbiter of the truth. I just said I know more than you. I didn't say I'm the arbiter of truth.
And how do you know that you know more than most Americans? How'd you come to that conclusion?
As I said, it's like from my experience by talking with Americans about American stuff, like American history and American politics and so on. On average, I know way more about their country than they do. And, coming back to your question that you asked earlier, it's like, why do I care about this? Well, I care about this because, your country is actually doing things that impact the whole world, including my country. So, yes, I am very interested about what America is doing because I have to know exactly how I have to react in my own country based on whatever like your retarded president does.
And do you ever think that maybe what you're doing is harming our country?
How the fuck is what I'm doing harming your country?
Because you just said that you have to pay attention and notice because of what's happening with our stupid president and what yada 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 yada. My point is I've heard you multiple times on here regurgitating the same talking BS points that the news puts out, which is getting people killed. And so my question to you is,
what is getting people killed is your retarded
you're
president.
messing up. What? Oh, it's our president doing it.
Yeah.
See, this is the
your
silly
president is doing
woke
it,
logic.
yes.
Like, yeah, who would? Yeah.
Yes.
It's so.
Yeah, no, that's the
it's just
reality of the
disgusting
matter.
that you even
yes.
think like that. That's just so disgusting.
No, it's disgusting. You don't think like that. It's disgusting that you are looking at what ICE is doing
blaming
and
the
killing
victims.
over an good,
It's like,
and you're
it's
thinking that's
crazy.
actually some really nice thing, right? And you're accepting that with a smile on your face because it comes from like the political side that you are aligned with.
Yeah, please
right?
tell
And
me about
that's
myself.
it's like whenever you're thinking that, it's like just keep this in mind. You're no different than any brown shirt, right? No different.
You're adorable. You're adorable.
I know.
Out of respect to Amender, I don't know. Is this what you want, Amender?
Well, so I mean, it sounded like that you had something to say to Daniel. Daniel is likely going to be a lot more impolite than I'm going to be. If you want to come in and have a conversation with Daniel, you can. I'm not against you talking to my co-host. Just be aware that Daniel is not me and will likely have a different approach.
No, I feel you. I just, like I said, out of respect, because it's your thing, it's your channel. We just
I don't
started doing
mind.
our little thing, and I was like, I'm making this up as I go, so I don't know where the off ramp is. Like, he just has some crazy takes, so it's whatever.
And what exactly was the crazy take? That the killing of Renee Good is an unconscionable act that all Americans
you
should
think
be
you know about
appalled by?
Renee Good?
No, I'm asking you.
is
It's
what I'm
like, do you think that was a legitimate kill?
Legitimate kill.
Yes. Do you think it was a justified kill on the part of the ICE agent?
Justified. Yes. Yeah. So at danger at maybe messing up my terminology here or definitions, I do believe justified falls under correct by being hit by a vehicle to shoot somebody. I think justified is where you would find that in the dictionary, and
I know
That's how
you're
that
finding it
works.
hard to actually answer my question with a yes or no, because my question was
I just said
formulated
yes.
in such a way so you can just say yes and no. So you
Yeah,
think it
I
was justified?
said
What
yes
exactly
long,
do
and
you
I said
think
yes.
justified the killing of Renee Good?
Getting hit by a car.
He wasn't hit by the car.
Oh, okay. So tell me about my country. Keep going. Tell me more.
No, I don't need to tell you about your country. We're talking about a very specific thing. And that very specific thing was actually caught on camera that everybody
Yeah.
can see. So I can look with my lying eyes, right? And I can see the thing happening, right? So when you're saying that he was hit by the car, that's bullshit. Because everybody can see that he wasn't hit by the car.
So when can the police return force, in your opinion?
There was no force used against him.
So he was supposed to what? Step out of the way.
Also, it's like if you're
looking,
looking at like a DHS manual on how to handle these things, if
Oh,
you're looking
just
at
stop.
FBI
Oh,
manual
God.
on how to handle these things, if you're looking at police manuals on how to handle these things, you're going to see that everything that guy did was against every rule in the book.
So now I got a Romanian guy that's apparently
Okay,
knows
it's
about
like,
our
I
history,
know
our
you're very
politics, and the
scared to
DHS
actually talk
handbook.
about the thing.
This is
So
what
if
you
you're
read
gonna
on the
keep
weekends?
calling me like, oh, there's a Romanian guy that doesn't
I
know.
just
No,
don't believe
I'm talking
you.
about
I
real
think
facts.
you're making this
Can you
up.
talk about real facts, or are you just gonna talk about bullshit?
I
Because
just
you're
said I
just
think
too
you're making
scared
it
and
up.
you want to run away.
You're just gonna stick to, oh, the guy shouldn't have stepped in front of the car because the DHS manual says not to do. You don't know anything, dude. Like it's just so silly. I don't even. There's like no
So cool. So you see,
normal
this is
human.
the level
is going.
of
if I
pettiness
can,
and like crazy backtracking. When I'm asking you, I'm making very, very poignant points, right? Like very precise points on what happened. And the only thing you have, brother, is just, oh, it's like, this is just crazy. This is, oh, I can't believe it.
So
Yeah,
I
cool.
decided
Cool story,
to
bro.
actually pull up the Customs and Border Patrol, the use of force policy of January of 2021. This is section 4500-002A, specifically stating the following. Chapter 1, General Guidelines, Use of Safe Tactics. Except where otherwise required by inspectors or authorized operations, authorized officers, agents should avoid standing directly in front of or behind a subject vehicle. Officers and agents should not place themselves in the path of a moving vehicle or use their body to block a vehicle's path. Authorized officers and agents should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to use deadly force.
And
So apparently I do know more than you do about your own country.
You're so adorable.
Good job.
I know. You're so
good
cute.
job on
You're
good job
so
on proving
cute.
that to everybody.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
I haven't
okay, hold
spoken
on.
yet.
Without
so
any of the vitriol,
thanks.
right? Joepio, like,
Wait, I haven't spoken yet.
like, that's fair. That's fair. I'm simply saying, like, I'm just providing this information, like, because honestly, I'm not sure. So what I did is, okay, let me just Google, just open-ended question. I'm not, digging for information. The what I typed into Google was DHS manual on person in front of car policy. That's it. Like, I'm not looking to like get a gotcha. What I want to do is, hey, let's learn from one another. And it's like, what does it actually say? And I listed what it actually says in the use of force policy under Customs and Border Patrol. It is clear that it is not policy to stand in front or even behind a vehicle when it is moving.
So, is it my turn now? It's because
I think the silence was very clear. You can go.
Well, I could be muted. He's muted before, but anyway.
No.
Okay. So the thing that I find just amazing about this, because one, I've already watched the Demender's 5-minute clip multiple times because he's played it multiple times. You've already edited the footage, so it's just like I can already tell the bias to begin with. And whenever it comes to this, you guys are so focused. Even ruling that out, let's just imagine that you guys have all the evidence perfect, and you're not editing the footage. Looking at your take on it, you guys start from the cop shouldn't have been in front of the car. You don't start with the woman that's a part of a group that's going to impose them, or you don't have anything to do with, oh, she left her home and got in a vehicle and then blocked traffic. You don't have that part in there. You don't have her out there for hours. You don't have her honking on the horn. You don't have her you do actually give in on her disobeying direct orders at that point, but then you're just like, you know what? She's supposed to just be able to flee. And it's just, it's the most ridiculous logic because had those tires caught, like the video showed, or not your video, but the actual unedited footage, that man easily could be unalived. I don't know if I'm allowed to say whatever on here, but he could not be here with us. He easily
that's
could have
great.
been
Can
severely
you show us
injured.
the video
Oh my god!
where it shows that?
I tried
Because
multiple
everybody
times
has
with Amanda
access to
already.
the same things
I'll
that you
play
have.
whatever
Everybody
video you
literally
have. If
access
you have a
to
video,
the
I'll
same
play it.
things that you have. So now you're just lying your ass off. Everybody has access to the same videos.
Oh my god!
But you know what the
thing
is?
He debated this
You
already.
know what the thing is, Joe? It's like
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
guy, John Ross,
Hear
or
you.
whatever the fuck his name is. You know, he's just like a low testosterone man. You know, that was
So cute.
actually his ex-wife. You know, I just found out I think it was today or
yeah.
yesterday. I don't
Go
remember
ahead. Let's
exactly.
the cop.
His
Go ahead.
ex-wife actually left him for a woman, right? So she was a
Oh, my
lesbian. So
goodness.
when he saw like a lesbian couple, he was just like
Do you feel
triggered.
good?
He's like a low T triggered, retarded ICE agent.
Like, hi, my
Right?
name's
That you're
Daniel. I
defending.
research
You're
cops in
defending-
America and make fun of their
Yeah.
marriage. That's my MO. Yep, I'm Daniel.
No, I'm just making fun of this
Like,
guy because this guy is
freaking
actually murdered
hilarious.
the
Could you
person
imagine that's your life?
in broad
Oh my
daylight,
goodness.
right? And your
my
administration
goodness.
is actually not doing anything to investigate the matter.
I like
right?
that you
want
just skipped
full
over it.
immunity
Yeah.
for these people. They could kill you, your whole family, and everything. And JD Vance will go on the stage and just say he wants immunity for everything they do.
But the funny
And you would
thing
be okay with
is
it, right?
that
Because you know it
the
is what
funny
it
thing
is.
is it's not in reverse. The only people dying are the people that are opposing your view. All the people that are on your view aren't dying. So it's just amusing that you're sitting there. This could happen to you.
Who
You're
was
threatening
killed?
me.
Who was killed?
like-
which ICE agent was killed by like protesters or the people that were watching them legally doing their job?
That's not
Can you
it's
tell me?
the same group.
Oh, it's not the point. Okay, cool.
I didn't say it's not the point. I said it's the same group. This did not just start overnight. This
Please
did
tell
not
me
just
the
start
names
with good.
of the ICE agents
Oh
that
my
were
goodness.
murdered by these
I have to
people
know the
that
ICE
are following
agents.
them.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, please tell me.
You
Let
are
me-
How many ICE agents?
Let me
were
know,
actually,
Joe,
How
when
did
you
you
want
make it
off
this
of
far?
Mr.
Put in
Bones'
jail.
wild ride. Let me know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no, it's your thing, man. It's a.
I'm asking.
I just-
I want to make sure that you're at least comfortable enough, or that you don't feel like that you're being, blindsided or whatever. Or you're willing to continue, right? If at any point that you feel that you don't wish to continue,
He's a big
then
boy.
I can step in.
Well, that's what I
Facts
was saying
over
about the
feelings,
comments
man.
earlier with this guy on the MMA stuff earlier. It's like after you've actually experienced violence and actually fought, you can back up your words and you feel comfortable and you have conviction in your words. And so I do believe what I say and I can back it up. And so this little Romanian guy over here just
Oh, so back it
reading
up,
CNN
dude.
articles
Why are
is-
you
is
not
so
saying
adorable.
anything? The
Oh
only
my
thing
gosh.
you had thus
I
far is
already
just
said
words.
it. I've been over this for hours
What
with
exactly
Amanda
did you
already.
say?
Oh my
but
goodness.
I don't care. It's like you haven't been that with me.
Okay,
so
because I
I
don't sit around and research cops like you. I don't have these ready, but I can
didn't
tell you.
research cops. What do you think?
Okay,
there's
you
a lot
found
of
out about
research
how
cops?
his wife
No,
left
'cause
him
it's
and
easy,
is with a
'cause it's
lesbian. That's
easy
not
to find
research.
these things out.
Okay, yeah,
It's
it's
not
very
research.
easy
It's
to
like
find
when
out. Yeah.
when I
Let me
read
go
a
look up your
headline, it's
government's
enough, right?
marriage affairs. Let me go look up your country real quick.
Oh, I also do that.
Anyway, my point
care
is,
about that
I
too.
already told Amender that because I don't have these little clips myself. On Timcast, there was a great 30-minute session where a
Timcast,
leftist and Tim Pool talked about it, and they had this great back and forth, and they both got to play clips, and it was completely fair, and nobody changed each other's minds. And it was fair. You guys don't do that. You were only playing your clips, and then you were not playing the other side's clips.
If you have a
you're
clip,
like, oh, see?
I'll
You see,
play
this
it.
is where you're a liar again,
Oh my
because
God.
literally
Oh my
Amanda
God.
told you like 5 minutes ago that if you have any clips, he will play literally the
What
clips
is wrong
you
with
want.
you people?
So
This is
5 minutes
insane.
ago, he told you that, and right now you're
I
turning
literally
around and just
I-
say we don't
I
do that. So
explained
you're
it.
just a liar.
I did not say that. You're a liar. Like, for what it's worth, you're the liar.
Good.
Gotcha.
You said that we're not playing the things you want to play, right?
What's the
But
woman's
Amanda
name?
told you
Is it
5
like
minutes
Renee
ago
Good
that
or-
he will
I'm
play
gonna have to look it
anything
up.
you have.
This little whatever guy is not
Yeah, I
going
mean,
to
if
shut
you
up.
Oh,
post-
so
Oh
you
my
don't
God.
know anything. Okay.
Dude, this is insane.
If
Like-
you post it in side chat, I'd be glad to share it with everybody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at it while I'm talking.
We can watch it
It's,
together.
Because I watched the full 2 hours. I don't know which one of these clips is going to be it, but anyway. But my point is, you guys don't play it.
Full
So
2
it's just
hours
like,
of
what am I
what,
supposed to do?
The
Two
show.
hours of Timcast or what?
Timcast RL is 2 hours long. Monday
So
through
yeah,
Thursday.
I don't watch like retarded shows like Timcast.
Yeah, I know,
wouldn't
right?
know.
Where they actually show you unedited footage. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, whatever. Like Tim Pool is like the most insane.
I should let you know that while the footage that I
media.
have is edited, the problem with what you're saying is that as if like I cut out specific moments that are relevant, but I didn't not only not cut out relevant moments, but I paused relevant moments to discuss exactly what was happening during that specific frame. And if you say that is editing, that's correct. That is editing. I just think it's a little disingenuous to say that, you know, okay, I was there to try to argue only my position. I listened to other positions and I did hear it out very, very clearly, very intently. And the conclusion that I reached was exactly what I said in that 5-minute video. But if you have a video that maybe it wasn't included in the video that I posted, great. We'll review it. I thought I brought up the all of the relevant stuff. So, but you tell me.
I believe I sent it. It's about 8 minutes in, I think, is the point. Like I said, I tried to find it because I watched the full thing. But my point on what you did was where you paused it was on purpose. You paused it and then you did this red outline around the cop's feet, and then you switched to the front angle, which skips the tire spitting. And then you're like, see, she's turning her hands to the right. If you play the full footage from the behind the car angle, you see she goes in reverse, she puts it in drive, the wheel does a full rotation spinning towards the cop, and then she turns to the right.
Doesn't
and this
happen.
is all within a half a second.
Doesn't
You're about
happen.
to watch the footage if he plays the link I sent.
I did.
I sent the link.
Where did you send
Trying
the
to pay
link?
the piper. I just sent it to him.
Where?
Trying to pay the piper.
Where? Oh, you
I
sent
don't know. I
it to
sent
me
it to you directly. Do I need
like a
do I
direct
need to
message.
send it somewhere else?
All
My
right.
bad.
Tim Pool.
Isn't it
Yeah.
that they're
So what?
And
what
I didn't have
what's
any
the
audio. I
time?
think it's about 8 minutes in. I think it's around 7:45 to
So
8:15.
let's get an 7:45 to 8:15. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I watched the full thing. This is a clip, so I don't know the.
Okay.
I tried to narrow it down though for you.
The culture war with Tim Pool.
Let's
things can be true at the same time. What I find really lamentable.
Real quick, just to clarify this point, it does not appear the officer's intention was to place himself out of compliance with DHS. While he was walking, the vehicle reversed and aimed at him. That's a split second. That's an accident. Now, she was attempting to evade a felony arrest. That puts her at fault. Okay, let me ask
She
you
was
this.
alleged to have done that.
So-
Innocent until proven guilty.
Well, right. If the officers believe there's probable cause for obstruction.
I mean, she was escaping arrest. That's a fact.
Right. I mean, look, even if you're being detained, that's why you're told by the ACL.
you should
ask,
comply, right?
Am I being detained?
When exactly was this? Because I do not recall that tire
Also,
being
that
there.
big black thing is it wasn't there in any video that I've seen. So that's clearly an edited video.
Let me go because I have the original footage. I have the original videos. Let me see if I can pull that up. Right, this is no commentary. This is just the video, not
You can do your
edited.
thing. I just want to clarify: the full time that they debated that was about 30 to 45 minutes. I just showed you the 30-second part where I believe it kind of showed the tire. They go over your footage, his footage. They go over 6 different angles from down the street, everything.
All right.
And they don't
So
agree. This
all
girl,
right,
the
so
girl on the
I'll
screen,
go ahead and
believes
play
that tires never went to the left.
I'll play the actual, without edits, just the footage as is. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull out the sources.
And hopefully, I don't know if you copyright or I don't know if you get in trouble for playing their stuff. I apologize.
I don't think
led you
so.
on
It's
I don't know.
it's within fair use. It's fair use. All right,
probably
so
wasn't long.
All right,
I'll call Tim up and tell him.
Do you see my clip here? If you're hitting the live.
Oh, on Discord?
Yeah. If you click my live.
Yeah. I guess I can keep up.
Right, so this is the full video. We're just going to play it. This is no commentary at the beginning. That's not it. Sorry. My fault. That's the edited video. Give me a moment. Let me make sure. Here it is.
And by the way, if you can pause
Let's
it
see
here
here.
just a second.
Let's
just
see.
pause it a bit. Amanda.
See the spin?
All right. So the way that this made it seem like in the Tim Pool video, it made it seem like that they were turning toward. Well, but I mean, we could do frame by frame. So look.
It's a very short amount of time.
The way they made this seem
I don't
like,
never believe she was trying to run him over.
So the way they made this seem like, right, was that the way that she was turning left towards the officer. But that didn't happen. They're reversing. They're not going toward. But look, take a look, right? Let's look at it one more time. So here.
Officer's intention was to place himself out of compliance with DHS. While he was walking.
Okay, so he's reversing the footage, making it look like it's going forward.
No.
When it's not. No, he is. Look, you can see the
keep going. The car's in
reverse and aimed at him.
She reverses away.
Second, that's an accident. Now she was attempting to evade a felony arrest. That puts her at fault. Okay, let me ask you this.
She was alleged to have done that. She's innocent until proven guilty.
Well, right. If the officers believe there's probable cause for obstruction.
I mean, she was escaping arrest. That's a fact.
Right. I mean, look, even if you're being detained, you that's why you're
told
you
might have to skip around. My bad.
Yeah. So once again, if you look here in VLC, no edits, no anything, no talking, just as is. She is clearly not going towards that officer. Very clearly. And so here, once again, you can see it. This is no editing. This is just the video as is. And you can see she clearly turns away.
Yeah, after the wheel gets a full rotation the other way. If there was not ice and snow on the ground.
She didn't go towards him.
They just showed it right there on your screen. Go slower.
Yeah, how much slower how can you look at the same thing that everybody's looking? It's like we can literally see where his feet are.
I'll make it even
your opinion doesn't matter, Daniel.
Car.
You're not part of this
in my opinion, does matter. It's like I don't care that you believe you're like an entitled prick in America, but my opinion does matter. Okay. Just because you think it doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think either.
Down,
just
a second.
Newsflash.
No, we're talking about the video. I'm not talking about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go do a chemistry.
We can all look at the video, and the video it shows very clear that his feet were like far away from the freaking wheels. Right? He was in no danger whatsoever. That's why he was not harmed. You see, now you're being an asshole because that's all you can do. All you can know is how to
all
be
you're
an
doing
asshole.
is giving your take on it. We know your take. Let him play the video. Like, jeez.
Yeah, we did. We literally just fucking played the video. Did you not see the video?
You and me
both
watching
something else?
You and me both just had to play it slower, and then you went on your rant for some reason. See, thank you. Do you have any way of going slower? Right there. You see that? You can see the wheel. What's the word for the inside the wheel well?
Turning to the right.
On the hubcaps. You can see the hubcap
turning to the right.
Spin.
She's
you can literally see it spin. And so what I was saying about your editing is that you took the angle where the cop is blocking it, and then you switched to the front angle where you can see her turning the wheel to the right. And that was all my point was I never once said that she was trying to kill the guy. I don't think she was ever trying to run him over. I do think she was trying to flee. I think she got in a panic once the cop put his arm inside of her car door and started opening it up. But I 100% can see the wheels were turned to the left because that's how the vehicle turned in reverse that direction.
All right, so it's
like
so it's fair to say she did not go towards. So it's fair to say she did not go towards the officer. She just didn't go towards the officer. She didn't. You could see it right here.
Okay, so you've seen the other angles where the cop that shoots or whatever. Where was he before this? Because right now you see the cop putting his hand in the window. Where is he right now? Either one of you.
We can see it's like literally behind him. We can see his fucking feet, dude.
You can see once
He's
again.
there.
You can
It's
see
like
once
back
again.
Back
Here's
up
the
whenever you
first
can see in
shot.
front of the
Once
column.
again,
He's not there.
Look.
No.
We
Back
can
up.
see him. We can
Few
literally
more
see
seconds.
him.
Few more seconds.
The shot
Few
was
more
shot.
seconds.
Both
My point is, where was he before? You were just jumping to the shooting.
Already.
He was in front of the vehicle.
Car, dude.
And how did he get in front of the vehicle?
By walking in front of the vehicle.
And
her reversing and turning to the right?
Yes, because she turned to
She
the
was trying to
left,
get away?
which points the right front of the vehicle towards him. And then he mistakenly walks in front and then she accelerates.
Okay.
And he has to hop out of the
So
way and
if
shoot.
she accelerated, then just a quick question, because I want to
Oh my
understand how
God,
much
Daniel,
knowledge
you
of
hate
science
Americans,
you
I
have
get
in
it.
general. No, dude. Okay, just shut the fuck up and
He
just
hates
answer my question.
Americans.
It's like
The cop's wrong unless he's dead.
If
That's
the
it. I get it.
wheels were turned to the left, how the fuck did the car just go to the right? Please explain that to me. Because you're like
Because she
the other
turns the
moron
wheel
that
to the
said
right
that
and
gravity
flees.
pulls things sideways. You're literally
my
in the
God.
same category of people.
Oh my God. This
Like,
kid.
what's your level of education? Like kindergarten or
Yes, we
something?
can hear you.
Did you
Please
not-
don't interrupt.
I mean, could you just play just the reverse? Just the reverse part? It's not even 2 seconds long. Just the vehicle going backwards.
Sure.
Like as the cops walking up. Oh look! Oh wait! That's even fine right there. Where's the wheels pointed? Come on, Daniel.
She's reversing.
Daniel.
She's
exactly.
reversing, you douche. What
Okay,
the fuck?
and then
What do
okay,
you
and then
mean
to
exactly?
go forward, what has to happen?
Dude,
to
you're
go
a
forward.
moron.
Oh,
You're
have you
like
drove
a
a car?
huge
Have you
fucking
drove a
moron.
car?
Of course, the wheels are turned
drive-
to the left
to
because
go
she's
forward. Okay.
reversing, you idiot.
Hold on.
And now
Oh
she's
my
turning
goodness.
them to the right, like everybody can see it. Dude, just use
Oh
your
my God.
eyes. Stop using your indoctrination from your insane fucking
Indoctrination.
murderous cult. Just don't do that, please, dude. Don't do that to yourself.
Mind you, right?
Yeah.
And mind you,
Don't
we
do
did.
that to yourself.
And just to be clear, joepio, right? We read what is the proper procedure for ICE officers.
I know we've done that one
They
many
do
times.
not. It is not recommended to step in front of a vehicle to prevent it from leaving. You just don't.
So he's
do
supposed to
this.
die.
No, you.
The car
You're
was
not supposed to
stationary.
be there, you
You just
idiot.
don't. You
What
just
do you
don't
mean?
car
do
was
it.
stationary when he was walking in front.
You idiot!
Joe,
Got muted.
Like I don't know. It's
No,
like I
you're
think
not
you're
muted.
finding very
You're
hard
not
to
muted.
understand why the rules are made like that for
Yeah.
you know
Yeah,
for
they're
DHS.
they're allowed to kill us, but we're not allowed to arrest them. It's fine. I get it. I get your
Who
narrative.
the hell was killing anybody? She literally
Yeah.
told him
Oh,
because
yeah,
like
Charlie
in
Kirk
the
isn't
video,
dead.
in the
Yeah.
video from his phone,
No.
she literally tells him,
Yeah.
"Bro, I have
They
nothing
didn't. They
against
didn't try
you."
and shoot Trump. Yeah, they didn't try and shoot Trump. They didn't kill Charlie Kirk. They didn't kill the
Who
United
killed
Healthcare
Charlie
guy.
Kirk? Who tried to kill
Yeah.
Trump? It wasn't a leftist
They aren't
either
ramming
time.
our officers
That's
with
cool.
vehicles. It's not
That's
happening.
cool. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's just
You're
just keep bitching about it. It's
okay.
fine.
But yeah, I'm bitching.
Yeah, who tried to
So
kill
I have
Trump?
to
Yeah,
live
can
with
you
the
tell me who
nonsense
tried
you're
to
pushing.
kill Trump? Can you tell me who tried to kill Trump? Because you know Trump is bitching about everything in this life, like imagined or not. But
What,
he's
you want a
only
name?
the only person he's never bitched about is the guy that actually shot him, right? And also, like those people, neither the first one that actually got to shoot and the second one that was caught, without shooting, none of them were like leftists. That's crazy, right? Also, like who killed Charlie Kirk? Well, we don't know anything about him. But your side keeps telling everybody, oh, the guy's a leftist, when his whole fucking family is like right wing. Yeah. But yeah, just
So-
go back to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, because it's like your idiot president and vice president, right? They called this lady a domestic terrorist, right?
What? The vice lady?
Yeah, that's why they called her. They literally said that she was a domestic terrorist.
Oh,
It was Trump. It was JD Vance. It was.
I get it, man. You
what
hate.
the fuck is
What else do you hate about
the
America? Let's keep it going.
DHS whatever. Christy Noem, right?
I think if I provide like a legitimate criticism towards this ICE agent and what they did, I don't think that like means therefore, I hate America. In fact, I love America. I would like America to do better. I see what America doing right now as sliding away from what America is supposed to be in favor of authoritarian rule. And I think people are looking at what Donald Trump is doing and trying to find justification because it's like there's like a team. But here's the thing, right? If Donald Trump does a good thing, I'm just going to say, hey, that's a good thing. Very recently, Donald Trump said that he actually really likes very small cars and that we should have smaller cars in the US. I couldn't agree with that more, right? Because it's not a, oh, I hate Donald Trump thing. It's a, what would make America a better place thing, right? Like what can I know that this would result in better outcomes. And so if Donald Trump argues for something that results in better outcomes, then I'd be in favor of it. Judging by what is happening right now with all the ICE protesters and what appears to be clearly an attempt to weaponize the justice system, to punish Democrats, to punish undocumented immigrants, and make them out to be violent criminals. I don't think it's making America safer. I think it's making America worse. I think it is making it into an authoritarian system. And I don't want to see America go down that route. And when I'm seeing like what is clearly to me an ICE protester unjustifiably killing an American citizen, we shouldn't be looking at that as like, that was a good thing and that she deserved it. I debated a gentleman where they literally told me that she deserved to die. Like obstructing justice. You believe that she deserved to die. I'm curious, just out of curiosity, Joe, do you believe that she deserved to die?
No, I do not believe she deserved to die. I just wasn't surprised at the
So
response.
it wasn't justified then, right? If she didn't deserve to die.
No, it was justified because he got hit by a car.
It was justified. Okay.
I don't.
There you go. So it's like you think you think it was okay for her to be killed. Because
I
if it's
think it was
justified,
okay
then
for
it
him
was
to
okay
respond.
for her to be killed.
I think it was okay for him to respond. If she never hits him with the car, he never shoots the gun.
I think there's
never
I
hit him
think
with the car.
I believe that there is an elevated responsibility upon any law enforcement officer, including ICE, to be able to follow policy in the law, because to follow policy or the lack thereof, not following policy can cost somebody their life, be it the officer or people that the officer is trying to protect. The reason why we have ICE and the reason why we have, officers or people protecting the law is because it is intended to make things safer. Based on what is happening in Minneapolis and ICE, do you believe that it's making things safer?
100%.
Wow. I couldn't disagree with that more.
It's unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
like
go
who
talk to the
exactly is
people on the
safer?
ground.
People
Who
are
exactly
very
is
upset
safer
in Minneapolis right now. They're not happy with what ICE
Who's
is
upset
doing.
in Minneapolis?
Everybody.
Everybody.
There's
including
huge.
the
There's
police right
there's
now.
thousands of
Everybody.
There are
All 20
thousands.
protesters.
No, there's literally
20?
thousands
Are you
of
insane?
protests. There are.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Have you been
and how
on-
many
have you
people
been
live in
in-
America?
What?
And how many
No, we're
people live
talking
in
about
America?
Minneapolis, dude. Not how many people.
Okay,
are
how many people live
America,
in
you
Minneapolis?
idiot.
Sure. You idiot.
Yeah, I mean, you are an idiot. It's
All right.
like if you don't know like answers
So-
to like very simple questions or
Verifiable.
do not
I'm a
understand like
dum-dum.
simple questions.
All right.
Not,
Man, ain't my
not much can I can
cornbread.
do about it.
All right. So this is just people that live in Minneapolis. This is r/Minneapolis, 578,000 weekly visitors. Okay. Huge Reddit. Right. Captain JTK, this man is a little bitch. Get out of our city. This is towards JD Vance. If Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, that's it for me. I spent the last week checking on my neighbors, engaging with my city, my local police, everyone. I've supported my friends and family, made sure that they knew that they weren't alone in their feelings of hopelessness, powerlessness. I've called out and emailed my representatives, demanding answers, demanding actions. I've just been overcome with this overwhelming, almost primal need to care for or support my community. If Trump invokes the Insurrection Act and soldiers take to our streets, then that tears it for me. My son just turned 1 year old. I've done my best to be a helper so that I can still be around to support him and spend my time with him. But if I have to stand outside in the freezing cold and get the shit kicked out of me by the people who are supposed to be protecting me, and if I have to do that for the fight of goodness and righteousness and justice, then that is what I'm going to fucking do. I'm going to do it because that is not the future that I want for my son. If you've been out on the street and you're tired and you're hurting, do not worry. Rest when you need to, because I know my home and I know my neighbors. When you need to rest, two more replace you. I will be one of them. This is my home. Minneapolis is not going to quit. Minnesota is not going to quit. And fuck everyone who tries to come in here and take us from pride, love, and community that we've built. As long as I can stand, I'm going to plant my 2 feet between the oppressors of the home that I love. I love you all. This is 5,800 upvotes. So you're telling me that people are not are in support of what ICE is doing on the street.
Overwhelmingly.
You're
Where are you getting your information, by the way?
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
not
Tim Pool,
true.
Or where
That's
are
just
you
not
getting
true.
that?
Not Tim Pool. No,
It's just your like internal feelings, or it's like what
That's
is
just
the
not
data?
Yeah, you know, I
Like,
like to rub
people are
crystals
supporting
together.
it?
You know.
I mean, I'm assuming, but yeah, I was just curious.
You know, it's just I have eyeballs. You know, just like the wheel was never pointed
You
to
have
the left.
eyeballs? It's like, where do you have eyeballs? In the back of your head? It's like, or on your ass?
Look,
or
look.
where
If you
exactly do
believe
have
that the
them?
wheels were never going to the left, then you probably are going to go with this.
No,
this
the
stuff too.
wheels
So
were
it's
not
just- it is what it
going
is.
to the left. They were turned left when she was going backwards. It's like you probably don't know how a car works, but that's how it works.
Oh,
When
yeah.
you're going backwards, right?
know you are, but
In
what
that
am I?
situation, the wheels have to be turned to the left because she's going backwards. As soon as the car stops, the wheels are actually moving in the right direction, right? And then it go even more to the right, and then the car accelerates, right, slowly and goes forward. And therefore, the car actually goes to the right, not to the left.
Let's try it
I
this
know
way.
it's very hard. It's very hard physics
If
for
there
you,
have-
but you know maybe you'll understand.
If there
it
have
someday.
been, so far you've observed weeks so far of unrest in Minneapolis as a result of the ICE as a result of ICE
Oh,
coming
yeah,
in.
for sure.
Correct?
Oh yeah.
So if the people of Minnesota support ICE, why are they protesting so much?
Because there is so much money to be lost from all the fraud that's being exposed that they are using that money to pay for the protesters and to encourage all the violence. That way, because if they win, then they can just keep the fraud going. So they have billions, literally billions of dollars to play with. So yes, they can hire 100
So
protesters.
your data for that.
So it's all
where is your
hired.
sources
No,
for, like,
hold on,
these
hold on.
billions?
So it's all hired protesters, right?
Not all. No, they genuinely get. They got you guys to believe that the wheels thing. I mean, they genuinely get people. Yeah.
Level of stupidity is just unbelievable. I'm telling you, man. It's
I don't
like,
know what else. Yeah,
dude, it's
I
like
just-
you're too
so
you're too far down.
I think what
the
is
rabbit
more
hole.
so I think what is more
What rabbit hole?
probable well, I think what is more probable is that people are seeing ICE. They saw what happened with Renee Good, and people are pissed. They're very upset. The mayor never requested for ICE. The governor never requested for ICE. The Donald Trump administration decided, despite people's protests and desires, to bring in ICE, and they have escalated tensions, and protesters have been avoiding committing a violent act, and Renee Good is now dead. But that's true. There hasn't been a single. Yes, they have. They
you
have.
just said that with the straight. I'm watching you right now with the straight face. You actually said that they are avoiding committing crimes while they're actively committing crime on your camera.
So I am doing what I can to be as honest and as candid with you. And your response to my trying to be as honest and as forthright with you is to laugh in my face.
Because you agreed. So you're lying. That's what I'm saying. You yourself
it's
have
because
said
you don't
multiple
care,
times.
dude.
Hold on, Daniel. Take a chill. He literally said, Amender literally said multiple times, I don't think he's going to disagree with me here, that she broke the law whenever she didn't step out of the car. So what did I say that's wrong?
Well, I don't think she broke the law for anything because she was getting conflicting information from ICE officers on what she should be doing. One of them was telling her to move on, and the other one just came and grabbed the fucking door. Right? It's like, why would he do that? It's like there was no arrest. Nobody told her you're under arrest. Get out of the vehicle. Yeah, that's how it works, man. I don't know if you know how it works, but obviously you don't know how things
you get
work in your
arrested
own
in America
country.
a lot.
So there
You
has
get
to be
arrested in
these
America a
douchebags
lot, I bet.
from Romania to teach you these things, probably. Yeah.
You don't know what it's like to deal with the cops here. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, I'll even
we
go out
don't
on a limb.
have cops as trigger happy as you have in America. Yes, that is true.
It has
You know,
nothing
our
to do
cops
with
are
that.
actually being held to account whenever they're fucking
It's
up.
called
Yours
officer
aren't.
discretion, you moron. officers are given
except
power.
ICE cannot just arrest you willy-nilly just because they want to.
Oh yeah,
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 did you
because
know
that's what
that?
happened
I don't
there.
know if you
That's
knew
what
that.
happened there. She was clearly sitting in her home eating Cheetos and not doing anything, and that's
So
whenever
what? Nobody
they
can
ripped
just
out
go
her
up
house.
to your
So I don't know if you heard
to your
me.
car and just arrest you.
You
for
can't
that.
do that in America. If I go do that right now on the street, I will get arrested.
So Joe, I don't
You
know
are
if you heard me.
ridiculous.
Being your
by the
Do
car.
way,
what she did in my car. If I do what she did.
What exactly
Sorry,
did she
Amanda.
do? She was in her car. Like, what do you mean?
She broke the law. You moron. Like,
please tell me exactly which law she broke.
If you break a law.
Dude. Just
Oh my
tell me
God.
exactly which law she broke.
Obstructing traffic.
No, she wasn't obstructing traffic.
Oh
You know
my
why we know
Jesus.
she wasn't
Oh my
obstructing
God.
traffic? Because
Oh,
if you look at the
Jesus
video,
Christ, this guy.
you're going to see. Just shut up a second.
Oh.
You're going to see
This is how
that
I know
she
there's
was
no God.
backing. She was backing. She was
gonna make people
backing.
like this.
Right? There was a car that wanted to pass. She just waved the car to just move past her because there was room to move past her. The next car after that one was the ICE car, and she did the same thing. She just waved them to go past her, right? But what they did was just stop, get out of the car, and go towards her. That's the thing.
Yeah. Whatever your little Disney fairy
Yeah, so
tale
she wasn't
version of
really
this is, you're so
obstructing
stupid.
anything except like your small mind, probably.
Any human in America can get in a car, go do what she did, and the cops will come arrest you. You are a freaking moron. Shut up.
No, you're a freaking moron because I asked you to actually show me exactly what the law is. That if you're
Why
if
do
you're
I have
just
to show you
backing
what
out
the
with
law
your car,
is? Oh my God.
Yeah,
Because
please
you have to
show
get
me
a driver's
exactly
license.
the law.
Oh my
Please show me exactly the law in your America that says that you're going to be arrested by doing that. Please show me the law because there is no such law. I know you're just talking out of your ass because you clearly don't know anything about anything.
Do you know that? That's
Dude, you
against the law
clearly
to
don't know
assassinate people?
anything about anything. I don't know why you're talking about assassinations when you just
It's
clearly
just another
said
example.
that what she did was against
It's
the law.
false.
So, and when I asked you actually present me the law that she broke, you're unable to do that. I know why you're unable to do that because you don't know anything about anything. Yeah, I'm stupid, but you're the one that makes claims
Me
without
as the
backing them up.
average American, I have to know the statute, the law for the cop
No,
to
not the average American. You said very clearly
the
that
average
she
road
did
cop
break the
doesn't
law.
know
So the
that
thing
law.
is,
Like it's
yeah,
just
you can
known.
overtalk me all you want. It's like, but it's fine.
You've
It's
been
like
talking
everybody
this whole
will,
time,
will
bro.
hear me
Go ahead.
regardless because my mic is actually probably stronger than yours. So the thing is, it's like everybody can actually listen to what you said, and what you said is that she broke the law, and any American that does what she did would be arrested by the police. So that means that you know clearly what the law is, because otherwise you wouldn't make
Amanda
such a
said the
dumb
same thing.
point, right?
Ask him.
So you wouldn't make such a dumb point, right? So
Amanda
you
said
do
the same
know
thing. Ask
exactly
him.
where the law is. So you can quote the law. You can tell me exactly what I can find the specific law that says that if you do what she did, you're going to be instantly arrested by police officers.
I think you have just something against me. I don't know if it's my tone. You just don't like masculine men or something. So maybe
No, I
ask
just don't
Amanda,
like
because
stupid
he has the same
people
take.
that like
You're
are
calling
like
Amanda
hormonal-
stupid.
also like
You're calling Amanda
fascist
stupid.
adjacent. No, I think yours. Stupid.
Ask him the same
Amanda
question.
is actually very
Amanda
smart.
has the same take. He had the same take. Why don't you ask him the same question?
No, I'm asking you because you are the one
Oh
saying.
no, but you're calling me stupid, and I'm saying ask Amanda the
No,
same
I'm
question.
calling you stupid for other reasons. But I'm calling you stupid because you made
Because
a claim that
you're
you're
calling
unable
me
to
stupid
back.
because I don't know some article law in another state. I'm in a different part of the country. Like I do not
So
know
how do
their
you know?
laws ins and out.
No, but
Like
you see,
because in
this is
every
where the
single
problem
state you're
resides
not
with you.
allowed to do that.
Yeah,
in all
I'm going
50.
to repeat your words so you can understand them. Maybe you
moron.
don't understand your own words. What you
Moron.
said is like any American citizen that does
Get a
what she
refund on
did
the degree
would be arrested by the police.
to the
So
university.
any American citizen means any American citizen anywhere. It doesn't. It's not state dependent, right? It doesn't matter in which state you are. So it means it's a federal law, right? Because it applies everywhere. So you should know it, but you don't know it because there is no such law.
Yeah. Tell me what I should know.
I mean,
What else should
if
I
there
know?
was such a law, you could so easily shut me up by just presenting the exact
my
law
God.
that says exactly what you wanted to say.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
there is no
you
such
can just
thing.
take
So
this,
when you're just
what's the word,
talking out of
obtuse
your
stance.
ass,
Like,
when
I
you're
don't
just
even know
talking
what
out
the
of
word
your ass, you're not going to be able to back out like your shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
the thing
well,
is,
yeah, that's how it works, man. It's
how
like if you know
many
it, you know
seconds
it. If
do I
you
get
don't,
to
you don't.
respond? How many seconds?
How many
do I
you
get?
want?
Just asking. You've interrupted me like 3 times, and
I
only got,
already
like, 2
told you, it's
seconds
like
in.
how many you want. What do you want me to tell you more? If you're gonna make false claims, I'm going to interject if you're making false
False
claims.
claims. I didn't even start
Yeah.
talking. You just do. Like,
I mean,
I'm
you're
telling
still
you,
you're still
if you
unable to
go
present me the law that you
in
cited.
America, you have to get a driver's license. Okay, and then you go and you take a driver's test. It's a written test, and you get with an officer, and then you do a driving test, and they drive around and make sure that you're safe and make sure that you're not going to harm nobody or yourself. And then guess what happens? If you were to take your vehicle and you do what Renee Good does, the officer would arrest you because you're breaking the
So
law.
where exactly
You're a
is
moron.
the law that says that the officer will arrest you?
Oh my
for
God! Why
backing
do I
out
have to know somebody
and
else's job to
temporarily
prove it to
maybe
you?
blocking like one side of
Good
the road
night.
while you're
This
backing
kid.
out? Because dude,
Oh my goodness.
if that were the case, if what you're saying was true, nobody could actually get on the fucking road because sometimes in order to get on the road, you need to back out from your driver or whatever, and you're going to temporarily block the road, right, for doing that. So that's why it's like so idiotic
That's what was
you're
happening.
saying, because
She was
what
just
she was
backing up to
doing
get out of
is
parking
something
space.
that
That's what was
people
happening.
do every day all over the fucking world, and nobody's getting arrested, much less getting like murdered for it.
Your call, Mender. I don't know what to do with this guy.
I don't know what to do with you, dude. It's like you need to get like a second grade education.
Well, Joe, like
I'm in fifth
I
grade.
feel that
math.
I would venture to say, just to be on, like at least an even playing field, that let's assume that the ICE officers, agents, they had a lawful reason to detain Renee Good. The lawful reason would only be to determine their citizenship status, or that they are impeding an investigation. And so we could probably say, okay, maybe impeding an investigation, maybe they're checking for citizenship status. There's a plausible deniability there. What did she act perfectly in her actions in that moment? Would I have acted differently? Yes, I would have acted differently. Did she act perfectly? No, I don't think she did. With that being said, that doesn't justify the killing of Renee Good. The officer did not follow procedure by stepping in front of the vehicle to prevent it from leaving. The officer clearly had put himself into harm's way to prevent her from leaving. And if the officer followed the procedure, then Renee Good would still be alive today. That's my problem.
So what do you want? You want him tarred and feathered in the street, castrated?
No, I think
he needs to be in jail. What do
I
you
think he
mean?
should. Yeah, I think he should be
jail
tried.
for
There
what?
should be a trial for
There should
murder.
at least be an investigation. But your guys are actually saying that you should be immune for everything, right? So it's like they want all ICE officers to be totally immune to
So
the law.
the state
So
of
they could do
Minnesota,
whatever they want.
the state of Minnesota formally requested evidence handoff from the FBI to go to Minnesota. The FBI has since denied requests. Let me ask you this, Joe. If the FBI, if the guy that we're referring to is so innocent, why would the FBI not actively avoid providing evidence to the fact?
Evidence of what? Him being hit?
Evidence that has been collected.
What? But you're saying evidence to the fact of what?
So the ICE officer is a federal agent. So the federal authorities are going to be the ones that have that access. They will have evidence. They will have policies, detailed policies, and detailed evidence regarding what happened. And so typically what you do is that you submit a subpoena to get that evidence. The federal authorities have actively refused Minnesota having access to that evidence. So I'm asking you, if the ICE agent is so innocent, why would the federal agents actively avoid providing that evidence to just exonerate him?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like you're taking kind of an angle of like not necessarily like a conspiracy theory, but you're saying like the government's protecting him and that they have evidence that's damning to him and they're not putting it out. That's your angle?
No.
Because you're like, what evidence? If the footage shows that he's hit by a car and he kills her in response, and then they're like, we're not going to do any charges, what more does he have to prove? I get that other people are upset, but that's on them to prove something.
Minnesota requested for evidence from from federal agencies. Federal agencies are actively denying requests for evidence. If Jonathan Ross is
Minnesota's
so
in rebellion right now.
If Jonathan Ross is so innocent, why are they avoiding investigation?
That's what I'm saying. They're in rebellion right now. But
So Minnesota is in active so Minnesota is in active rebellion, and so they cannot be trusted with evidence. Is that your position?
That even my position is, even if we weren't if they weren't an active rebellion, and they would take whatever information you give, good or bad, and they will spin it to be negative to support the narrative that you're trying to push. And that's just like you did with the.
Here's the thing.
The
I don't feel like I'm. I don't feel like I'm.
And they just edit it. Good.
I don't feel like I'm pushing a narrative. I'm putting what the evidence shows. I looked at the footage very, very carefully, and I pointed exactly the parts that are highly problematic for me. And I've brought up relevant information on what is proper training for an ICE officer. We looked at what the proper training is. He did not follow procedure. And if he did follow procedure, Renee Good would be alive today. I think that's worthy of trying. There is a dead woman as a result of the ICE agent showing up and not following proper procedure.
And she has no fault at all.
No, but it's like,
The fault
thing
is a traffic citation. That's the fault.
Yeah. No,
but
it's like
the
in every,
driving,
in every,
or
in every
even a
country
criminal.
of this
You
world,
could even say a criminal
if a
proceeding
citizen is
of
killed,
fleeing the scene. Fleeing the scene is not permission to kill somebody. It's just not.
And I agree, but what I was saying to my point earlier was about the narrative thing. By you taking out the tire spinning thing, you create two narratives. And so, whether you agree with me or not, just bear with me. Just hold on. This will take 60 seconds. Whether you agree or not, I'm telling you, if you have two narratives, one narrative is you have a cop and a person in a car, and the first narrative is that car is driving towards them and the cop shoots them dead. That's narrative A. Then you have narrative B, the car is driving away from the cop and the cop shoots them dead. Those are two completely different pictures.
But it's not about the narrative, dude.
So again,
it's about a citizen being
killed by a police officer.
Daniel,
wait. Hold on. Yeah. Joe, if you agreed with me, or I heard you say it, you said you agreed. That means it's not justified.
I agreed that he shouldn't have shot. I said that before.
So then it is not justified.
No, that's not the same thing. Those are you're I don't know what, it's not twisting my words, but you're like conflating two things.
No, but that's what it means.
All right,
Joe.
help me out because
okay. So what
if
I'm
he
saying,
shouldn't have shot, I
myself,
would say that's not justified. But pull me out of it.
As someone that's somebody that's trained with that kind of stuff, I'm telling you, in that scenario, if I was said cop and I made just starting at the mistake of being in front of the vehicle, all the other actions aside, if I was that cop, I do not believe that if a car was being drove towards me or accelerating towards me or revving towards me and then trying to flee, if I would have ever instinctually grabbed my gun and started to fire. However, that doesn't mean the cop is wrong. The cop, or the ICE officer, made his decision. And based upon the evidence, I believe that it was reasonable, would be the word.
Would disobeying?
I don't agree with it. I would have never done it.
Is disobeying procedure? Is that an issue to you?
my issue with what you're doing there is I feel like you are being the least charitable, whatever you're talking about procedure, because like I said, with the reverse thing, and like your footage shows, you can see the cop starts on the passenger side next to the girlfriend. And then he's going to record. He steps to the front right fender. She reverses. He starts walking. That then puts him in the middle of the car. She then floors it. He's now on the front left fender, and she bumps him, and he hops off to the side and shoots. And you guys are just like, no, she was running away the whole time. No, he was to the side of the vehicle in complete safety. She reversed it, and he walks in front of the vehicle. Like it, so yeah, he shouldn't have been there.
Complete safety.
If she never reverses, he would have never been in front. If she never reverses, he's never in front.
Dude, if he wasn't in complete safety, he would have been hit, and there would be evidence because they always say, "Oh, he went to the hospital."
So
can we see the report from the hospital?
Yeah, that one I don't believe. That one I'll give you.
Nobody can see the report.
So if you
nobody can see it.
If you are a law enforcement officer, you have other people's lives in your hands. And as a result, you are held to a higher level of responsibility than regular people. Renee Good was just a regular person acting on what was going on. What did she act perfectly? No. You also agree she didn't deserve to die. I lose it where you say that it was justified when it is clear he did not follow policy. He actively shot at her after he was off to the side. You could see both his feet. He's out of the way. He was already in safety by the time he fired the first shot. He continued firing even after the fact that they were moving off to the side. And it is also not reasonable to presume that a vehicle is going to stop barreling forward towards you when you have killed that person. In fact, if anything, the car will go faster as a result of turning a human being into a lead brick. There is no, I just don't see it. I don't understand. We have to pull away from this Republican versus Democrat thing. I'm giving you direct evidence. I've gone over the footage very carefully, multiple angles. I looked at what is the legal backing behind this. And I think the only protection that is even there currently for that ICE agent is the fact that the federal government won't release evidence for Minnesota.
They won't even investigate. And I think this is the biggest travesty. Whenever a citizen is killed by law enforcement,
they
should
can't
at
investigate.
least be investigation.
They can't.
Should be.
They
That's what I'm
physically
saying.
cannot
There
investigate.
should be.
They won't hand over evidence.
No, but the FBI should be investigating. DHS should be investigating.
Well, they're not going to. They're not going to.
Somebody must burn. Hang him.
You see how insane you are, dude? It's
You're
like
so
we're literally
funny.
just talking about investigating the thing, actually
No,
putting everything, actually
funny
being
because
transparent with
people
the
like-
investigation, and
you
all
talk
you're
about
doing,
events
you're
that
laughing
hurt
at the
people, and then
murder
you're like,
of one of your citizens.
All right,
To
Joe.
me, it's
Joe-
just
No,
insane
I'm,
that
I'm
somebody can
laughing.
do
I'm
that.
laughing at you being from Romania, calling it a travesty.
It is a travesty.
that's
For
what made
anybody
you
that has
laugh.
two eyes and a
Genuine
brain,
point
but
where I
apparently
laughed.
you lack some of these.
But you just know nothing, and you just have this weird warped little thing. And
Yeah,
and
except that whenever I say things, I can back them out with like
the
hard
humor
evidence.
for me is I'm just trying to
you can't.
imagine why you're so invested. I don't. Are we?
Yeah, dude, I don't like people being murdered. I don't know. Maybe you like people being murdered. I don't. So,
So
yeah,
you look
that's
into
called
Minnesota?
investment.
Out of all the places in the world, you look into Minnesota for murder?
Yeah, I'm looking for like
That's
every
what you care
time I
about?
see somebody being murdered, I'm against that.
You should
Apparently
try
you're
St.
not.
Louis, brother.
Apparently you're just okay with some murders because you like them.
No, I didn't. Oh, yeah. See, this is where you jump to. Oh, you must like murder because you don't agree with my take. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I said that there at least should be an investigation, you just mocked me.
I did
Right? For
not
saying that
mock
it should
you.
at least be
It's
an
just funny.
investigation. You
It
mocked
is funny
me.
though. It is funny.
No,
though.
that's
See
what you
guys
did.
do
You
with
see,
it.
it's like it is funny though. It is funny, but I didn't do that. But it is funny. Like,
Well,
dude,
it's funny that
it's like,
you guys
get-
want
get
the
your head straight.
investigation, but
So
then I try
I
to
don't-
show like
straight.
six
I'm
different
just going to
angles,
be
and you're like,
honest
"Nope,
with
don't
you.
wanna see that."
I don't.
Like-
Listen, like, I don't find this death funny at all. I don't think you should find it funny either, right?
Nobody said
should,
that. I
we should
clarified
apply
that. I
at
said
least some
he's
level
funny.
of some level of reverence here, right? Because what Daniel's talking about is very serious.
And what you're doing is you're doing the virtue signaling thing. What I'm saying is that people are being murdered on your opposition is being murdered in the streets, and then all of a sudden somebody randomly dies, and you're just like, you have to care, and I'm like, well, where's the caring for all of our people? You know, where's all the thing for all the school shooters? With Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, the United Healthcare worker.
I didn't agree that Charlie Kirk should have died.
If you
nor
look it
was
up,
it justified.
like,
nor do I argue it was justified. It wasn't justified. There's no justification for the death of Charlie Kirk.
You could go back and look at the episode after Charlie Kirk was killed, and
But
both me and Amanda are not saying, "Oh, that's not such a nice thing that it happened." We're so happy. No, quite the contrary.
It's kind of like
And that's
watching
what
a
we
shooter get
wanted
away
for
with
Charlie
it 10
Kirk too,
times,
dude.
and they finally
We
didn't.
wanted a real
Like, not
investigation
surprised.
that's transparent, right? Because that's what should happen.
And
it's
FYI,
like we
after
want the
15
culprit
days,
to
the
be found
county
and put in jail.
After 15 days, the county medical examiner classified Renee Good's death as a homicide.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you guys want. You just that's what's so fascinating about it. It's like out of all the things to care about, you're just like, here, let's just go nitpick over
Can
every
you just answer the
millisecond
question? Do you
of
think
something.
there should be an
What answer? Go ahead.
investigation? Do you think there should be an investigation on the killing of Renee Good?
Ooh,
It's a yes or no question.
I'm aware, yeah, but
That's a great question.
No, I'm gonna go with no. I think that's no. Every
There you
murder,
go. So you don't
every
care.
death, I guess,
So you don't
justifies
care.
an investigation.
Oh,
by
you don't
default.
care. You literally you just said that you don't care because you don't even want an investigation. You don't care about the killing of Renee Good.
Why would
you
an
think,
investigation of
you
Renee
think
Good
that
justify whether I care or not?
if you believe in your brain that you can force your eyes to see something else, and you think you're justified, that's it. The only thing you care is your
Tell me
side
about
of
myself.
the aisle.
Go on.
The only thing you care is like
Go
you're
on.
like Nazi bodies in ice.
All right.
Yeah, that's
it.
Well,
you just keep telling me my stance. Like, can I take my stance?
No, because I asked you. I'm not presuming your stance because I asked you and you said no. I'm not presuming anything. I'm literally using.
My point is that I think
words.
it's a waste of resources. I think there's more than enough evidence to know what
I should
happened.
let you guys know. We're a good 45 minutes past when I usually end the show. Yep.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you calling in.
Hopefully we get some
I
content.
hope we have more. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a few clips that I got to review.
Oh, you know what you should do? Better pull up my video and just watch like the last asking the girl out. Like skip to it. It's probably like 60. I'm just saying it'll make you laugh, and then you can end on a positive note. But
All right, Jay.
I'm not trying to get views or nothing. I'm just trying to
you're
be more
good.
positive because it's been pretty negative for the past 30 minutes.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I appreciate you calling in, and I hope y'all enjoyed this. If you did like this, if you like having these discussions or listening, consider a subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit that like button. Seriously, it really does help me a lot. We're building up, and I believe it's going to build up more. So consider a subscribe. I really do appreciate you guys very much for joining in. I'm looking forward to, I don't know, meeting Stinkdink in Orlando, and we get to fight in a ring or something.
Yeah.
I would love that.
You should do it. You should do a little slow-mo little thing for yourself too. Like
down.
Yeah. Are you kidding? I'd love that. That'd be great.
Dude, you need now you need to go
All
to
right,
the
yo.
gym and actually do like a movie of you like hitting like a bag in
Bam,
slow
bam,
motion.
bam,
I'm saying the
bam.
slow-mo. Yeah, 20-second video.
with like some cool song
Bam,
behind it,
bam, bam. Yeah.
like Eye of the Tiger or something.
Yeah, the Eye of the Tiger. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Anyway, thank you. We're done.
Everybody have a good night. Like
Bye-bye.
the video.